Good morning. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 19th of December, 2025. Wow. How time flies. Welcome. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Forgot to do something here. Stand by. So the purpose of the stream is that I don't multitask well, and so the everything I'm watching is captured in the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I'm able to focus strictly on trading, and that's what I do live every day from 8 o'clock in the morning when I start the pre-market now and through the entire cash session until 1500 in the afternoon. I'm not a licensed anything to do with trading, so no financial or trade advice implied or intended. And there is a disclaimer in the description here. But having said that, again, I trade a live account funded by my own money in dollars. Not, funny money, not crypto. And that is traded here on Bookmap. So everything, the commitment that I have here to the stream is that it is completely transparent, fully accountable, and streaming it to YouTube makes another layer of accountability and transparency, records that. And also, I'm able to review the stream on any device because if you stop and think about it, I'm standing here. These are stand-up. I only have stand-up desks in my office, and I'm standing here from about 6 in the morning until around 2100, 2200 in the afternoon, in the evening. So the stream itself is 7 hours long. Therefore, it's pretty handy that I can review the stream on some other device, out walking with my phone or going to bed or going to sleep or whatever. And again, not for financial or trade advice, but I do trade live, real time, fully describe everything I'm doing and why. So there you go. Mistakes or not, good, bad, and ugly, no problem. Just like yesterday was terrible. I stream, let me think about this now. I stream in high def in YouTube, 1440p. So if it's not clear on your side, then click the gear and do something about that. All of the times that I refer to and that you see on my charts are Central Standard Time. And let's get on to the numbers. Now, there's something going on with the numbers here this morning. These are scheduled releases, and they have not happened. It's quite obviously not 7:30 anymore. I'm assuming that the new thinking in DC is that if the numbers aren't any good, we'll just not put them out. I guess, that seems to be the new idea. So let's see what we get for home sales. And now Michigan will definitely come out because it is not governmental data. It's not the Bureau of Labor Statistics or anything. So let's see what that's like. I'm sorry. This is financialinvesting.com, which is my typical go-to news source for years now. Mainly because it only reports or schedules known pre-scheduled financial number releases and FOMC meetings, stuff like that. It's free. You can filter it any way you'd like for wherever you are, whatever reports you want, etc. Of course, you can pay for it and I suppose it removes the ads. I don't know. But I don't care. And my thinking here is that I want to try to make the tools and the resources that I use here on the stream as accessible to everybody as possible, right? And I don't think it does any good for me to stream here in YouTube talking about trading. You know, I'm not one of those internet guru wizards that's, you know, showing off that he's got a Bloomberg terminal. And of course, that's, you know, unless you've got $25,000 a month to spend on it, you probably can't use that. So what the hell good is it? Anyway, to the majority of the people that might be watching the stream. The other source that I use is Financial Juice. Now, it's got a couple of nice features that I really appreciate. Remember, investing.com only lists on the calendar or the docket known, typical, standard, scheduled financial revenue releases and numbers and events. Financial Juice includes throughout the calendar, and these will update through the day, these kind of random things that aren't any part of anything, you know, financially, but as traders in the trading and financial world has come to realize that they can have a serious impact on the auction. So I really appreciate that. I call them unrecognized critical risk events. I talk about. And you see that they have pulled off the PCE and new home sales from their schedule here. See that? Not there anymore. And now they're just talking about Michigan and then the quarterly employment rate, wages, and there you go. It's really disappointing that we've come to this now, but I guess that's where we are. And the right side over here is more of a squawk box where they, you know, whoever said what, Trump's saying something about how he's going to lower drug prices some more, which I don't think has happened yet, but let's hope so. That would be great for a lot of people because they've just, I don't know, I was seeing some reports, hundreds of thousands of people are losing health care because of this latest maneuver that's gone on in D.C. So, wow, you know. There you go. So those are the news, and I'm sick of thinking about those guys, so let's quit. Let's move on. By the way, this is Triple Witching Friday, and I've heard a couple of comments that this is likely to be the largest options expiration in history. So that's got to be important. Here is my Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. This is the mini or micros, ES, micro NQ, and the micro ES high time frame or micro composite. I referred to as the micro composite chart. This one is very simple. It's the higher time frame charts that I use. Daily session only, RTH session. By the way, in IRT, you can, on all of my charts, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. You notice in all of them. This is a daily or RTH session only chart, and these are daily candlesticks. Excuse me. Wherever price overlaps, I draw or continue to draw the volume profile around them. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC and these high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. And those values push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. This is the market profile chart for the ES. I don't change this to the micros. This is for the mini. I don't change it to the micros. I also track and plot the exact same setup for the minis over here. And the session prices and are pushed automatically as well. And by the way, I share those freely. So if they would be helpful to you, drop a like and sub and let me know you'd like the session prices, and I'll hook you up with that. It's a CSV that comes from Google. I push those levels live continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. Happy to share them. Okay. Bookmap, the execution platform. This is the dome or the ladder or the price book or the order book or whatever name you want to call it. It's the prices at every level and the resting liquidity. Is this crap? Are these spoofs? Who knows? Who cares? That's the resting liquidity. And let me just point out something about spoofing you may not have thought of. Yeah, someone can spoof over here. Absolutely. Spoof means put in a big order and not ever intend to trade it just to attract attention and then pull it before the market price gets there. And it's against the law. Obviously, they're never going to enforce it because how in the world could they possibly prove that? But let me say this. The only people that can spoof are because this is the live order book. This is not some, like top step. What do they call that thing? I forget what it is. It's not some internal group of orders based on paper traders or something. This is the real order book. These are real prices. This reflects real dollars, and this is the actual CME live data. Now, you can't, I don't know about you, but I can't put an order of 100 contracts over here because I don't have the account size. In order to put an order anywhere in this book or into the market, whether you intend to trade it or not, you have to have deep enough pockets and a big enough account to cover that order. So the only people that, in my opinion, that can spoof, which is kind of makes it a little more interesting, are the higher time frames. I mean, I can spoof a 2-lot. You suppose that's gonna impress anybody? Probably not. So there you go. This is the micro composite column where I've manually entered these flags and levels. High and low volume node, full session volume profile here, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through until 1600 today. The RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30 one way or another. And my statistics column here and notes column, which the first thing I do is change the column title to reflect the open type expected for the day. And then we'll clear and input the statistics for the day. So where are we in comparison? And the way you determine that that open type, there are only 4. First of all, there's higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. The 2 outsides are gaps. To do with statistics. This is not, a normal day, an inside day, and all those kind of things like market profile. So here we are. Here's price. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price relate to the previous RTH close? Well, you can't see it right now. I guess you can see it over here. Here we are. And here's the close. So we're higher than the close. And we're within the previous RTH range. So once again, today, I'm expecting we'll open higher in range. Now, if that had changed, I would change the title of the column this way. Next thing we're going to do is clear those notes because we're going to enter the statistics for today beside their associated prices. And this is the session prices that I spoke about, that I share. I didn't put this over here last night. This is the naked volume point of control for the most recent which was the 18th, 1225 of December. That's the most recent naked volume point of control for the RTH, the most recent RTH period, which is right there in their settlement, by the way. So notice there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT charts. However, there are only data price driven levels, and that's the way I approach the market. No mysterious hocus pocus, nothing complicated. Doesn't mean trading's easy, but it doesn't have to be some confusing word salad. There is a POC for the full session, which is a muted yellow, notice, and there's a POC for the RTH, which is a brighter yellow. There's a VWAP for the Globex, there's a VWAP for the RTH. Now, Globex is the same as full session. I don't know why I haven't changed that, but I haven't. And this is the mid for the RTH. The rest of the levels are absolutely as they are titled. Now, we have two levels that do confuse some, are the initial, the IB high and the IB low. An old market profile acronym for initial balance, high and low. And what these two values actually represent is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more complicated than that. There you have it. So let's mosey over here and have a look at the statistics. They come from this study. And we opened higher in range yesterday. This is IRT, and it conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Looked like we're going to do the same thing again today. So the way the study works is very simple, like everything else I do. The study looks back at 1,642 trading days, the most recent 1,642 trading days. And of this data set, we opened higher in range 505 days. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 81.2% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.2. And that, boys and girls, is just as tough and complicated as it gets. The next is the overnight mid, and I'm just going to go down the list. And the overnight mid is 75.0. There you go. And the next one is the overnight high, which is 74.5. This is going to be a squirrely day today, I think, just as yesterday was. What's next? Overnight high. Previous value area high, 71.1. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to come down one. Boom. Boom. Now, let me say one thing here about the value area high and low and the developing value area high and low are differ in that developing is for the current auction, value area high and low is for the previous auction. And I adjust the IRT charting after the open so that they value area high and low reflect the previous RTH session. Previous close 70.1. That's somewhere. That's right there. What am I doing here? What happened? Okie dokie. Where'd the overnight low go? There we go. It's 49.1. Let me be real clear about something. These are statistics. This is probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, bet the college fund, mortgage the house, none of that crap. These are probabilities, and you can see the numbers for yourself and decide whether you think that the importance or not of those numbers. One thing I wanted to do, which I don't say, we want 68.1. I want to put this one right up here because I want to do that. Now, I put the initials, and I'm sure you figured out why. The minute we open, this flag is going to drop down to the above current price as the low will come up. So this flag will no longer be here, and I want to know what that level, what that statistic was. And where's the value area? 60.8. Ah, damn it. I don't like this new mouse. Okay, and now it's time for the TLab snap, which is going to happen in a second here. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Created by, you see why I don't, why I like to do the stream. I don't multitask with the damn talking and typing is a stretch for me. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B. It's obviously sponsored and provided by Bookmap, and clearly they would like you to subscribe. However, one of the unique aspects in the TLab is you're never solicited, or at least until now, as far as I know, never solicited for anything. And there's a good crew of people in there. And now Tom B, the director, the leader, whatever, is a professional trader with about 46 years experience, according to him. And I have no reason not to believe that that's the truth. I will say that he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. It's a Discord room. He does stream, I think 10:30 in the morning for about an hour, hour and a half. But it's a rearview mirror thing. So he doesn't just jump into the live market currently and then start, narrating it. He starts back before the open and works his way across. So it's essentially a rearview mirror live stream. If he gets to the current market in time, he'll talk about it. But that's that. So, don't have expectations that it's going to be a trade calling room and live and, like this stream, for example, which is continually live. It's not like that. It's a Discord. But I have no reason to believe that Tom's not the real deal as he says he is or represents that he is. So that's the TLab, bookmap disc, and I don't make that recommendation for any other of the TLab of the bookmap sites because I've not found them to be, they're more typical, right? And I used to spend a lot of time in the TLab, but I started the stream basically at Tom's suggestion because he, not just to me personally, but to the group, that it's really important to continually stay focused in the market and narrate what's going on. So I take that literally, and I'm going to continue to do that. We are. So that's the TLab. Now we're going to open here in about 6 minutes. So let's get on to other points here. First of all, I guess you would say, oh, by the way, this is the TLab snap I put in every day. And it is just to provide my little way to contribute something back, give back to the TLab. It is to enable any of the traders there that don't have a similar charting to IRT all the numbers that they might be interested in. You know, that's my thinking. And I don't know. I've been doing this for a year and a half or 2 years or something, I guess. So there you go. I bumped into the TLab about 5 years ago, I guess it was. Let's get on to something else. What is it? Oh, yes, I know what's pretty important. Do you think it would be important to be able to trade with Bookmap? Probably, huh? So the way you can trade with Bookmap is very precise. You have to activate the trade control panel by clicking that button with the padlock. You have to select a method that you will use to trade with the application using your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the trade control, the active data column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns. I select both, and I bet you can figure out what that means. The next thing I need to do, now you can select, different brackets and things here with the trade control panel, but I don't do that. I found it much easier to use and very much prefer the multi-brackets. This is the smallest risk-neutral package, and this is where the risk-neutral methodology applies to my trading in full brackets. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it must be an even number. That's clear in a second. There's the package size. Then you decide or you determine a tick size for the stop of the entire package. And, you figure that out any way you want to in your homework away from the live market, certainly not this time of day. I have determined 12 ticks. The first thing I suggest you look at is the risk parameters and risk, tolerance of your account. And, what's the instrument? What's the volatility of the market? You got it, right? So it's 12 ticks, 2 contracts. The first risk neutral scale here is then automatic. It's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and it's for half of the package. Remember I said it has to be even. Then you have a runner, and you can do any kind of runner you want to do or whatever groups of them or whatever else. You can set them up as many of these things as you want right here. Boom. Now, I have these metrics here. Padlock screen, padlocks unlocked, buttons green. That's my package. I don't need any of these tools in the trade control panel anymore. And I have the metrics. These metrics are also reflected up here. You can hide or show as many of these as you want, by the way. What I do then is click the button again. Now I have all my metrics. I have cancel, close, and I get my real estate back. Now we're gonna open here in about 2 minutes and look at all this falderall that's going on over here. So the next news group that's coming up is going to be at 9 o'clock. I don't know whether that matters or not, but nothing happened at 7:30, so let's see. And then let's think about what I expect will happen in the pre-market actually after the open. Well, here was yesterday. Here's overnight. We are essentially 100% long in overnight inventory. So I would assume or expect that we're going to have some responsive selling to take profit and then probably fall right back into a rotational open auction. And remember, today is triple witching, and they are anticipating the largest options expiration in history. So there's that. So I'm looking for a profit-taking, responsive selling, and then we'll see what happens after that. And then open auction, and be extremely careful. Mind your risk. Look at this noise. This is somebody's talking about something. You can bet on that. That's a news-related thing. We're going to have an open here in 15 seconds. Oh, let's see if my volume profile resets as it's supposed to. Look at that. Well, there's the open, and we didn't reset, and I'm pretty happy about that. Maybe not. Damn, that's irritating. Okay, well, that just doesn't work anymore like it used to. Notice that we're banging them out pretty quick. What is going on there? Something's up with that. Somebody said something. Random risk. The random risk band is taking the stage. I don't know. So the first thing I'm going to do here after this extravaganza is reset my IRT charting to RTH session only. Now, a minute ago, this was the overnight, and we're getting ready to open. Now, this is previous RTH, and here's our current RTH. So here's where we close. There's where we open. What do you suppose is going to happen? Just a guess. Remember, I don't predict anything. I anticipate what I think, what I suspect will happen. Certainly, and the important, I know you've heard it 1,000 times, but trade what you see, not what you think. Pretty important. And let's fix the minis as well here. I don't know why this isn't showing the Renko. It says Renko chart, and that's pretty much definitely not what that is. Goddamn frustrating. I'll fix that later. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on what's going on open wise here. Back on the the micros, which I'm trading. Something's up with this. Opening drive, I guess you could say, huh? Okay, so this looks pretty crazy. Nothing's happening too. Let me just say that I try to keep my colors all coordinated between my IRT and Bookmap, and you see that Bookmap is accurate. Levels, time, open, everything. And it pushes these levels and the session prices automatically every 30 seconds to Bookmap. What this bull hootenanny here's all about, I don't know, but let's have a look. Something's up. Well, there's no numbers on the horizon, and so this is a complete washout over here. I don't know what's up with that. Something's going on. Could be just shenanigans around the triple witching, I guess. I don't know. Sorry. You see why it's important for me to come on, man. This new mouse and I are not getting along. I switched to a wired mouse because I sensed that I was getting I don't know, delays or whatever with the trading system here. So, pretty disappointed about this goddamn column. And this used to work so well. It's so disappointing. I've changed it to try to. It seems that the clock in Bookmap is not synced somehow, some way with my system. I have no clue. I have a special task which resyncs my clock at 7 o'clock every morning to the CERT times, the national time servers, the atomic clock. I have Rhythmic running in admin mode, and it updates the computer system, my local system, to the Rhythmic clock every 2 minutes. And Bookmap still can't keep up with it, this new version of Bookmap. I have no explanation for it other than it's a giant pisser. I've talked to support about it. They've been real helpful, and their final conclusion was, well, try using this, rolling back to a system that used to work. It's like, I don't think that's the idea that I was looking forward to there, my boys. And I don't know what's going on with this here, but you see, we missed all of this volume. Now I'm a little hesitant to click this. Let's try it and see. There we go. They sent me an email. I don't know there, so I'll go to why didn't I try the beta 7.7? I'm on 7.6.0 build 32, I think it is. I don't know. I'm just going to soldier on here until this holiday mess is over with. So we have our IB low or IB high. Remember, that's just the high and low of the first 1 hour. And, oh, look down here. This is where the IB low used to be. And here's where the IB high was from yesterday. So, interesting, right at this low volume node, huh? They jumped over that and away they went. Here's our open. This is what we've done lately. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Now 7. So we're okay here. I hesitate to open this trading system. Okay, this was some back testing I was doing last night. Shut those off. Doing some experimenting with stuff. There was a trade supposedly. What I'm going to do now is, well, I guess I can start this here. This is how, come on, you son of a bitch. This is how the trade system plots. When I send this system to the chart, this is how it will plot. I can make some tweaks here, but let's see. That doesn't work. I'm going to remove it from the chart now, save everything, and then send it across again. I had some big drama yesterday with the system, and I'm talk about that in a minute. And that's, you can see it in yesterday's stream. And it was I took 5 full stops in a row, 122 ticks. Because my belief is, and everybody else that knows a lot more about it than I do, when you've vetted a system, then your responsibility as a trader is to take every one of those trades that present themselves in the live market, which I did. Now, 5 stops is pretty, disappointing thing to have happen concurrently. However, in the back test, over 500 trading days, which turns out to be 495 days and about 1,000 plus trades, it's not out of the parameters of the random distribution. It took 7 consecutive stops. So it's still not a broken system or reason to change anything. Granted, I would have preferred that it took yesterday was the 10 consecutive wins as opposed to the consecutive stops, but there you go. I've had to rethink some things about context, volatility, average true range. I'm thinking about changes that provide more of a larger context filter. Because clearly what happened yesterday was it was just out of sync. Essentially, it was, going short in the hole and buying the tops. Stupid. It was hitting the criteria of the trade exactly correctly, and so I took them. But I can tell you it was, not my most fun experience. I did what I've got to do, of course, but, there you go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this system off of this chart just for the sake of showing the stream what I'm doing. Am I streaming? Oh, what a miracle. I'm on the right one. Okay, there we go. Now, these trading rules have nothing to do with the chart or anything else. These are the trading rules that I use for backtesting and that will be used for forward testing. They are for the initial balance trades. These are the only trades I have vetted thus far. Vetted in the true sense of the word, which is, come up with each and every one of these is a backtest covering 493 days, 1,103 trades. You see this? Every one of these is a backtest. Every line. This many days. Well, that's ridiculous. 495. I didn't see that before. There you go. Number of days, number of winning trades, average winner trades, winning trades, average winner, on and on and on and on and on. And all the statistics associated with that. That's a back test. So when you have done that and you have a system that provides these results, here, I can show you right here. This was another one completely I was doing. I was changing an entry rule over here, so we can look up here. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. So... And then I also record live each trade on this account every day, or each group of trades every day. And there's the 5 stops in a row. Yeah, that's pretty disappointing. I'll tell you, it was 1 trade away from my size up. Now I'm back to 4. What a bummer. And we don't have any numbers out until the top of the hour. Let's see if that really happens. Okay, just running through the check. So let's get back to this. Now, what I will do is I will now set up the back test. I don't know whether this matters or not, but it seems to me to be a better idea to use less resources. During the live market forward testing, I go 1 day. Okay. Let me reconfirm, show you that it is MES, 2 contracts, trading session. These are the reports if I were to backtest. Okay. And now I'm going to push this. I'm going to push this to the chart. And I'm going to select, I don't like these big green lines everywhere or the red, you know, stops or whatever, so I just turn those off. But it will show buys and sells, and it will plot these things here. Like it's sold there, there's a profit target, there's a profit target. Okay, got it, right? Okay, now let's jump back here to the beginning and let's wait for today to materialize. And I am going to use my discretion, which they say is the minute you use your discretion with regard to a vetted setup, you've wasted your time in the work for vetting the setup. But I guarantee you, I'm not going to let this thing go on tilt again. I can show you the, maybe I can show that here easily. Hold on. There you go. Wait a minute. What's the deal here? Okay. Stop. Okay, short and whole. This was a IB failure, which would mean trade back up here. That would make sense, okay? But stop. Another triggered short, stop. Long, continuation, stop. The system isn't recognizing, what is this crap over here? I don't know what that is, but sorry, whatever it is, we'll get rid of that. The system wasn't accurately identifying that we were in a mean reversion or a rotational day, and it was firing the trades, and I was taking them manually as I do, but that's pretty painful. Let me get around to that now. This system is now pushed over here. This is simulated within IRT. This is not sending orders directly to my live trading account in AMP. What I do is when a trade fires, I try to, as accurately and as fast as I can, enter the trade, if it's a long or a short, here in Bookmap, which is my live AMP trading account, which we've just gone through setting up to trade and all that stuff. Sometimes now, as you can imagine, entry location is huge. And there's been more than one time this past week where I have done the best I could to immediately enter a trade in Bookmap the second I saw it fire on IRT, but the difference in entry between the system in IRT and me manually in their live market resulted in a scratch in IRT and a full stop on Bookmap by 1 point because I was one tick off one way or the other. So you see the idea, right? So that's it. Antonio, morning. Yesterday was a real giant pain in the ass there, my brother. I don't know how to say any of that in Portuguese, but you get the point, I'm sure. Tudo fudido. Tudo fudido. Yeah. So now what I'm going to do here is get this thing ready to roll. And see, I'm going to be real cautious about trading the signals, and God damn, this thing is irritating. Okay, I'm going to call that the square. Man, look at this thing jump around. Today, no levels or lines because it's not 9:30. Okay, let's save all of that. And let's get back to the business at hand here. So much for my responsive selling off the open, huh? To take profit. That opening drive seems to have been, and that's why you got to trade what you see, not what you think. If I'd have gotten short, wouldn't I have looked pretty stupid? Yeah. Here we are at these highs. What is this resistance? I'm assuming this has got to be a strike, but I don't know. I wish I was more of a up to speed with options. I understand the principle, obviously, but why are you doing that? Yeah. That's one thing about Angola, you know, see, the lengua de rua, yeah? It was the language of the street, right? Obviously, the people that I worked with over there, we were, you know, at the airport with loaders and those kind of guys, so you can imagine it wasn't the creme de la creme, shall we say, and boy, it's like everywhere. The language you pick up off the street is always the one you want to keep to yourself when you're in mixed company until you know better. It's funny that that's the case with Portuguese, obviously, in Angola. Similarly, with what Spanish I know from the Caribbean and Colombia and you know that. But the interesting separation from that is French. When I lived in St. Bart's and you know, flew back and forth in Guadeloupe in the French Caribbean, merde, you know, that's the only French swear word that I think that I can remember that I ever learned. They seem to have a different. Maybe it was just the people in the, you know, in the. Granted, St. Bart's is a pretty special little island, but maybe I don't know. I've always noticed that and thought, that's one of the. That's a strange fact. And boy, yesterday qualified for Tudo Fudido too. Not funny, but what else can you do? What else can you do? So based on that cluster yesterday and my analysis of it and work with the system after the live market last night, I was in Angola in the 90s. I lived in sub-Saharan Africa for the 90s. Yeah, it's been a long time. 25 years or 35 years. Jesus Christ, time passes when you're having fun, huh? Yeah, I was in the Caribbean sailing and stuff and flying for the most of the 80s, and then sub-Saharan Africa for the 90s, back to the Caribbean for a while, and then Southeast Asia for a long time until we came back here once we finally got the visas and stuff before my wife and daughter in 21. So we've been here 4 years, almost 5. Anyway, back to the, trading tales here. I, after thought and analysis, which is what I believe you should do in your homework period away from the live market, I don't believe that anybody should change or modify their trade plan during the live trading session. That's supposed to be in your homework period when you're not, monkey boy's not ripping and snorting and you're not, all buzzed up on adrenaline or whatever else. So I'm only going to take a trade on Bookmap that has fired in IRT, because I've noticed that sometimes if I anticipate that, I'm in a trade and in IRT that hasn't happened. So that's why I'm trying to be as accurate as I can with the system here, the coding of it, so that it fires. I tried several different approaches, on close, whatever, different angles like that. And the only way I know to make those changes and make them systematically and intelligently, in my opinion, is you backtest the system the way it is. You make one change. You backtest that system. Is it better or worse? That's the only way that you can do it accurately, not maybe efficiently, but I mean, if you make 2 or 3 changes, how do you know which one of them made the difference? So that's how I know how to do it. That's why this backtest list is getting so big. Boop. And every one of these is a backtest. And the differences here are just in case this is new or interesting. Obviously, the instrument, tick conversion, the periodicity of the test, stop, T1, T2, number of contracts. Is there any parameter for the trail? And if so, then what is the trail plus entry? So in other words, if this said 12, here, where's one that's just, I guess I don't see one. This is at when price reaches positively 12 ticks, which is T1, it trails to 12 ticks. Then that's what happened. Or it can trail to 0. And then that's what, you know what I mean? That's the only way I know to approach this and make any sense of it. And I'm not sure if I'm winning or losing. I thought I was doing pretty good until yesterday morning. And then yesterday afternoon, I'm going, well, wait a minute. Maybe I'm not. And of course, it's important. These 2 values right over here are important. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. These represent random distribution. If the consecutive losers is not greater than the random distribution within the backtest over the period, then nothing's broken. So and this is just all regurgitating what I'm hearing from somebody else. We're going to have these numbers supposedly out, all of these numbers supposedly out in a minute here, or 30 seconds or something. Let's see what happens. We were also, they've now pulled all those. No, they haven't. The PCEs are still in there. Oh, they moved all of this. They moved all these up to 9. Look at here. They've rescheduled all these numbers to 9 as far as investing.com is concerned. And we got 30 seconds. Let's see what the hell happened. This is just, yeah. These were, there they are. Well, they're coming out now. There we got them. That's pretty bad. Real bad. More bad. This Agent Orange has got it all breaking his way. Let's see what happened to the juice mobile over here. Okay, it's pulling them up now too. And then you see this has financial juice has not pulled PCE or anybody in here. Oh man. Anyway, okay. Well, we've got the random risk band on the stage at 12. And then after the market. Well, my responsive selling is working out pretty good. Post-pandemic frustration at high prices persists. Okay, well, yeah, no kidding. No. Agent Orange said everything's cheaper and he's reduced everything and prices are great. And man, obviously these guys didn't. Obviously, University of Michigan didn't get the memo, I guess. So we've got home sales, but PCE didn't get pulled over here. Oh, and it's not out yet now either. So it was rescheduled, but still not released. I am totally, man. This is pretty crazy, you know. The government just, if the numbers are crap, they just don't publish them. I guess that's the new idea. I don't know what to think about that. Well, nothing I can think about it, and who cares what I think? Thank God we've got private reporters. Michigan has been a consistent number, and it moves the dial, moves the needle. Let's get over here and do some looking. So it's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? The system, no pullback or continuation zones because it's not 9:30, so that's a good thing. And nobody's doing anything stupid up here. That's even a better thing. And let's get away from that now. Look at Bookmap. Well, what I'm going to do now is get old Blue Boy awake up and slap him on something here. this thing is hard to get nailed. Hard for me to get nailed down. Blue Boy is just a vertical line, obviously, and I put it on the chart on the opening print of each session so that I can keep rooted in the context of the session. This is just a visual cue for me when I can glance left and spot that line there, Mr. Blue Boy. I know I have the whole session in view. Simple as that. Wow, look at here, 46 to 87. Got a 40 handle IB so far in the first 30 minutes. I'll bet you volume is higher than a kite. Shall we look? Oh, aren't I wrong? Hey, average two range is 4 handles, and we're only 83% at the same time of day. Go figure. I don't know. It's official. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Well, what the hell? What's going to happen? Who knows, huh? So to stick to the usual process here, the only trades that I have vetted so far and which I am therefore, which I can take in the live market, are the initial balance trades. And the initial balance in the setup, I believe it's real important to have as few rules to a trading system as possible, especially if it's going to be put into practice by me or a person rather than a computer. In other words, an algo, because it's, I think, widely understood by anybody that's a shrink or whatever that, you get more than 5 or 6 criteria and the human brain just defaults to the most obvious or something and just starts weeding them out. So these fellas that have, 15 checklists and this and that and something else, I think they're struggling, and I wish them all the best. I couldn't do it. So therefore, I use 3 rules, and the first is the initial balance statistic, and then there's the pullback. Maybe better to see over here. There's the initial balance statistic. Then it can either go to the continuation. In the case of today, I would suppose that's probably likely. Look at which, because we're not rotational, we're directional so far. Back to the trigger zone, and away we go for the IB continuation. Otherwise, we come up here, we take the IB stat, pull back, come into the pullback zone, back to the trigger zone, and short for mean reversion. Simple. There's 2 trades around the IB high and the same 2 around the IB low. Those are the vetted trades. That's what this system does. And that's what it's supposed to do. Put it that way. So the first possible signal then that I'm looking for is the IB statistic. And that is right here. It is the most probable statistic in any of the 4 open types, many days as you want to look back. In this case, the study, just to try to keep my data sets manageable for IRT, it goes back 1,643 recent trading days. 97.8%, 97.4, 98.5, 97.9. So today is the lowest probability at 97.4% that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in today's RTH session between 9:30 and 1600. Period. That's the initial balance statistic. And that is rule number 1 in my trading system. Now, what does that mean really? Well, it means that there's a 2.6% probability that we'll get neither of those revisited. And that happened this past Monday. Been a weird week. That's very rare, obviously. The 2.3% probability or 2.6% probability out of 1,600 days. What is that? 100 days? Well, 1% it'd be 160. So, no, that'd be 10. Yeah. So there you go. That is the statistic, and that's the first one. Now you notice IRT is pretty snazzy about not only do they highlight the correct open type after 8:30, but they change the highlight of the text for each level or each statistical level to blue when it's been revisited. So the overnight high was revisited, it's now blue. POC has not been, nor has the mid. The value area high was revisited. Previous high was revisited. You see? So pretty handy, huh? And yeah, there we are. So that's how this works. And at 9:30, these levels will miraculously show up over here. They will also be pushed to bookmap around. They'll look like this with the labels. It'll be the labels and the lines with the similar color. And I'll see what I can do today. You know, my job as a trader is to take the signals as they fire, as long as it's within the context of the system, of the backtest, of the statistics. If the only thing I know to do is eat my own dog food, you know, it's pretty freaking painful, I'll tell you that. When you're, you know, as a human, and Monkey Boy starts jumping around the office and swinging off the doors and stuff, you want to turn it off, or, you know, well, screw this, I'm doing that. Well, that would undo all of the work that's been done so far, according to, you know, backtesty, statisticy kind of people out there. So I'm just swinging it. You know, this stream is just, it's just the good, the bad, and the ugly. Most importantly, it is completely transparent and fully accountable. So there you go. I don't know what else to say. I guess it'd be more fun if I was just a bullshit artist and I was making all my money off a bunch of subs and I didn't have to worry about trading. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So let's see what's happening over here. I will say up front now, which is part of, I guess I should have talked about this in more detail in the pre-market, so it doesn't sound like I'm just dreaming them up now. But when I was redoing these levels and reevaluating or reconfirming that they were set as they're supposed to be, these are the rules of the two IB trades. The way the system works is it's got to have a specific step-by-step rule for each and every one of them. There's a set of rules for, here's the B, the second signal for the IB continuation short, IB failure short, IB continuation long, IB failure long. You see, there has to be a full set for everything. It doesn't have it's not clever enough to be like multi-brackets, where if you set it up for a target and a stop, it knows that you went long or short. It has to be specifically spelled out in this backtest system and in the forward testing. So I confirmed all of this stuff, and I did determine, because what I'm doing here with the rules is using to try to sequence A, B, C, the three signals on this chart. I'm using the VPound variables as flag criteria. So after the statistic, the IB stat is made, then VPound, VPound 80 and 280 will be set to 1. In order for the B signal to fire, 80's got to be 1, 280's got to be 1, and 81, and 82 has got to be 0. Then the B fires, and this will be set to 1. In order for the trigger to fire, 82's got to be 1, 80's got to be 1. You got it, right? It's real simple. That's how I work. I'm just an old cowboy from Montana here, so this is not, quantum physics going on. If I see these flags start being propagated with ones where they're not supposed to be, remember that this chart is just for my visual confirmation that things are happening when and where I expect them to. If I see something happening up here, then all bets are off for trading the system today. That's what happened yesterday. And then on top of everything else, at about 9 or 10:30, I heard a big blast on my fans for I guess it was the GPU, and IRT crashed. Just this monitor just went blank. So that wasn't good either. And that's where I had errors. Those are the errors that I didn't. Why my trades yesterday were basically errors. They're not in this journal that way because that would remove them from the static totals, right? But they were errors because part and parcel of my trade plan from a long ago is that when there's some sort of an error or a glitch or, the internet goes out or like yesterday, IRT fails, I'll stand back. All trades are off until that is completely sorted and understood. And that wasn't the case yesterday. I tried to soldier on, and that was, stupid. That was not the right idea. Oh, there you go. And it's not 9:30 yet. We don't have an IB statistic yet. And, Monkey Boy's on duty, and there we go. I'm going to eat a banana, so there. Okay, now where the hell am I with anything else here? I guess I'm okay. I missed the open, so I won't worry about that part. I can throw it in there, I guess. I try to keep the time chapter stamps, whatever you call them, and for the stream up to date as best I can, because I don't know about anybody else here, but the stream is 7 hours long every day. I'm sure as hell not going to stand around or lay around or whatever I'm doing and listen to the whole thing to try to find some information I want. So the time chapters or stamps or whatever you call them, they call them, the plugin I use calls them chapter markers. So there you go, are as accurate as possible. They are unfortunately only input into the stream after the stream closes, because they're in OBS as a text file, and then I import it in, I put that into the description, and that's how YouTube picks them up on the video on the stream. So nothing I can do in the middle of the day that I know of. And it might not come as a surprise to anyone that I'm not Mr. Influencer YouTube wizard over here. So, you know, I'm just using this as my virtual trading journal and trying to, hopefully this is of some benefit. It is to me, so that satisfies my journaling idea. And hopefully it's of some benefit to y'all. Whether it's, you know, comedy, entertainment, or, you know, like a cartoon, you know, watching the coyote smack into the wall or whatever the hell it, or whatever it is. One thing for sure, it's not edited or filtered in any way. I wish I was a good looking little gal that was, you know, could just have a couple pictures up there on the thumbnail and get about a gazillion subscribers, and then what a pleasure, huh? You get all your money off of YouTube and you can just bullshit your way to fame, fame and fortune, and lots of people seem to appreciate that. A lot of subscribers, and I don't understand exactly, but good for them. Okay. Are we rich yet? Let's check. No. Okay. So we've got 6 minutes until the initial balance statistic is a thing. And I guess this is a good point to put in the my usual daily caution advice from years of experience. I mean, you know, from personal experience, not years, but personal experience. Do not trade toward the statistic in anticipation of the statistic. That's got a real low success rate, in my opinion, in my experience, my old journals and stuff. And what do I mean by that? Well, we're above the high, we're above the VWAPs, we're above the POC, we're right up here. We've been traveling up all session, and we're going to take the IB high, and I get long. And then price does this, and then you're stopped out. After 9:30, when price comes through this statistic, it will be taken. My rules in the trade system are actually a little more complicated because I'm trying to align it with a bit more context with the statistic as it is in the study IRT, you know, and generally considered by traders is when price breaches the initial high or the IB high or IB low. That satisfies this statistic, and that's correct. By definition, it is price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session between 9:30 and 1600, price will revisit and, breach the IB high or low. That is the statistic as on this study. For my trade system, it needs to be the open needs to be, let's look at the IB high. The open needs to be below the IB high. The close needs to be above it. The previous bar to the signal bar needs to have an open lower than the close. My thinking is, I want the market to be going this way, for the IB stat. I don't want it to be coming down this way. So that's the reason for that. That's my plan. I'm sticking to it, by golly. There's an old saying where I grew up on a ranch in Montana. I'm joking, but it's the truth. I'm an old cowboy from Montana. We used to have a saying, well, if you're going to be stupid, you got to be tough. That might apply here. I think I'm going to try to figure out an AI. What do you call them? Entity or something. Some good-looking hammer with a sexy voice, and then just have it in the corner of the stream here like it's me. I bet that would that would be an interesting study to see how many more subs happen, whatever, because of that. Before or after that. I'm sure somebody's done it. I'm sure somebody's figured that out. With news as it is today, which is just pretty much completely, I don't know what you even call it. There's some of these news sources is just like, what did you just say? Even I know it's bullshit. Anyway, I heard that there's some famous influencer or whatever in something, I don't know, on YouTube, I guess, or whatever, was outed, it was some good-looking little gal, was outed to be completely an AI-generated, whatever you call them. And after that was revealed, the subscribership went up. People were excited to see that. They thought that was a better idea. I'm not saying it's bad. I just thought it was really interesting. So here we go, and we have just rolled through 930. Guess what? The initial balance is a thing. Now, and once again, I repeat, I warn against trading to the statistic. Never had a high success rate in my world. Speaking of my world, let's see what's going on over here. Well, here we go. There are the levels. There are the labels. There are the labels. There are the levels. There's the IB high, the IB low. So that part's working okay. Ain't it cute? No random BS going on over here. That's also a good thing. I don't hear my fans spinning up like a white tornado down there. So, yeah, here we are. What else is going on? Let's see here. I better give Antonio a weather update here. It's 16C over here today, Antonio, so far, which is 51 for you effers. Well, 40. I love it here. I've got 3 computers. The trading machines are these lower trade monitors and another one on my left standing desk. And then the 2 uppers in this 4 monitor rack are driven by another workstation I have, where I monitor the stream and stuff. And around the corner on my other standing desk is one other monitor for my old workstation with email and all of that, office and stuff. It says 47 degrees Fahrenheit. The one on the top says 51, and down here is 16C. So take your pick. I guess maybe average them out. I don't know. God damn crazy. So no PCE, no wow. Just Michigan. No core PCE or existing home sales, it says, did come out. Big drop, but there was no forecast. And that's for November, so I really am disappointed that they're it's fully it's to be expected, I guess. Why would they care about accurate reporting and numbers? They don't seem to have a lot of regard for any other facts and figures by and large. It's disappointing, and I think it's a real slippery slope for the country, because the reason that the markets here are the biggest in the world is because for all history until recently, we had absolute, verified, unmanipulated, accurate reporting, financial reporting. We had unquestionable laws and no political, mixing. We had the balance of power, checks and balances. And investors could understand and depend on the transparency and the accuracy of the markets and the reporting. It worries me when I see what looks to me like that going away or being monkeyed with. You know, I think that that's a bad thing. And again, no political, I don't care who you voted for, but I think we as a group ought to recognize that that's a problem. Could become a big problem. And there's a lot of people, you know, that just, a lot of birds sitting on the fence, just, you know, crows just dying to see somebody, America, trip up and then swoop in and clean up the scraps. I think. Lose the reserve currency and the integrity of the markets. That would be a big deal, I think. Disappointing, for sure, for me. Well, we don't have a statistic yet, do we? Wow. Let's go long. Well, we're going to take the IB high, don't you think? Let's go long. What do you think? Here's something that I find really strange if you're watching the stream at all. Wow, look at this, you know, this PBL level here is just, man, look how strong it is. That's resistance, boy. That's called confirmational bias. That line right there has got absolutely nothing to do with anything except I drew it on there. But boy, if you were to look back at this, doesn't that look like it's got meaning? Look at all the times it was touched and reversed. That's how people, well, it's called confirmational bias. And that's, you know, that's the whole basis behind Fibonacci numbers and a lot of moving averages and all that crap. And there's a perfect example of it. These are just, this is a pullback zone. This is a level that I put on my trading thing over there, just out of no place. Happens all the time, every day. It's amazing. Nobody on the market knows anything about that line except me and you. That's funny. Or not funny, but not funny, haha, but weird. What else is up here? Oh, I guess I could do the unidentified critical risk story again. So it's a bad day for this because it's a bad example, but nothing that I'm, you know, there's no political persuasion or, you know, anything intended here ever. And I don't care who you voted for. Who I voted for, none of your business either. And good, we're trading, right? That's the way it should be approached. But we're in a strange environment now where, you know, for years, these various known reports and levels have been scheduled for this day and this time for years. I don't think anybody in listening here ought to be surprised about non-farm payroll. We know for 20 years that non-farm payroll is going to be released at 7:30 in the morning on the first Friday of every month, with, you know, some little change about whether the date is like on the first is a Thursday or something like that. We know that's happening. We can manage that risk, etc. The problem we have now is, currently, we have a potential unrecognized risk. And that's why I appreciate Financial Juice for putting these things into their docket as the day progresses. Trump's going to make an announcement at 12 o'clock. This wasn't in here at 6:30 this morning. Speaks on the economy at 2000. Well, that won't bother us. And why those things are, I call them unidentified critical risks, because that's what they are. There's no way you can plan for them. There's no way you can mitigate for them. There's no way you can anticipate them. This was a 229 handle dump that happened at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday because of a tweet on Truth Social. So that's an unidentified critical risk. That's an environment that we have not had to deal with previously. So there you go. And let's get back to the business at hand here now, which is there. Where'd Blue Boy go? That lazy dog. There you are. I used to flag migrating volume points of control here. In other words, every time this would move, I'd have a flag over here like this. And after the day, this gets pretty busy. This column gets pretty busy. A. B, I didn't have enough foresight in the beginning to put a number behind these, so I would have some idea about the sequence in which the VPOC moved. The reason I did that was I used to keep 5 minutes wide here, and for example, here's a POC. Well, okay, where did that come from? What happened before? Would never know. Now what I do is Blue Boy. I hired Blue Boy. For me, it's more meaningful. Oops, let's get rid of that guy. For me, it's more meaningful to, come on, man, be able to visually, this is the context, this is the entire day. That's what Blue Boy's all about. As long as I can spot him over there on the left, I know I have the whole context for the session so far in view. No question about what the POC is doing. So that's it. Triple witching, remember. The reports are upside down, so who knows what that's about. Yeah, and Well, welcome to the stream, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. In case you're just dropping by or passing through, smack a thumbs up and a subscribe and, send money, all that stuff. The point here is that everything that I capture on my screens in the video and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment into the recording, so for the stream. And that saves me from having to snap and screen snap and type and do all those things to keep the journal up, which is, I think, important. I believe journaling is important. And this way I have everything that I need, that I feel I need to trade here on the hard right edge. And remember that I'm standing here in front of these monitors so I can see these two at the same time, basically. Which helps, gives me a little edge there, I guess. I tried to think about capturing both of these monitors as one scene on the stream, but that didn't look like it was going to pan out very good because these are 32-inch 4K monitors, and that was going to be a pretty teensy-weensy little thing there. I'll try it again, but because it would save, I'm forever looking at one monitor and having the stream be looking at the other one and forgetting to switch them back and forth. I'm not exactly Mr. Influencer here, or, Mr. YouTube guy. Well, how'd that trading to the statistic work out for you? That's exactly why I say that. Never forget, once in the TLab, we came up here like this, one of these kind of deals. It was after 9:30, so the IV was hot. And I said, now watch us take out the stat on the bottom side. And sure as hell, it went across, in a maybe 5 or 10 minutes and took out the IB low. And man, the how did you know that erupted? I said, I had no clue, man. I was just being funny. I mean, and in reality, it's 50-50 shot, isn't it? The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That is a statistical fact. The market's going to go up or it's going to go down. You got a 50-50 shot of saying we're going to take that level or not. Easy. That's the cold, hard truth about it. I think, or that's what I believe. There was some people thought the old boomer really had the secret sauce. And I should have said, well, that information's behind this paywall. Huh. That's so weird. I don't know what this is. Well, I guess they're just going to blow off all of the other reporting. Wow. That's pretty disappointing. Ooh, volume's dropping off. Yesterday we were 130, 140. Today we're 78. A minute ago, I don't know, 30 minutes ago we were 80. ATR pulling back, which is fairly normal. Entirely possible we don't have any signal or any trade. We did not have on Monday. I guess everybody understands that the heat map here in Bookmap and these gradation coloring is just a graphic representation of the resting liquidity in the book. Right, there's 339 contracts at 67.5. There you go. That's all it is. Not that that's insignificant, but it's not anything magic. They are numbers. The POC, nothing magic. At this moment, 68.74 is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this session, if you want to believe Bookmap. And if you want to seem like a wizard to all your friends, you can predict when he's going to move next, because you can just spot them, right? Spot the levels. When the next one's going to build, you can tell when that's going to happen, and there you go. So unfortunately, the only potential market movers that we have are the, excuse me, are the critical risk, the unrecognized or unplanned critical risks. Trump say something, or one of the other folks there say something, and there you have it. In addition to light volume, triple witching Friday, it's the week before Christmas, for Christ's sake. I suppose any top tier high time frame trader that's worth their salt is busy worrying about getting their ski bindings hooked up, not VWAP, I suppose. I suppose. They're making cubic money, and they're off on vacation with their family, and good for them. I remember when I learned to market profile, it was in a room with a guy. This is way before, YouTube and stuff, with a guy, some people who he had been a floor trader in a bond pit. A local, successful. And he used to make, he used to make pit comments a lot. People love to hear those stories. And one of the ones that I remember distinctly was you could always, on a Friday afternoon, the only people left on the pits were guys that were underwater, and they were trying to pick each other's pockets, and that's kind of, I always remember that. There's a problem. Oh yes, I need to figure this goddamn thing out. Why this thinks it's doing that? That doesn't look like a Renko to me, does it you? Time per bar. 5 minutes. Oh, what happened there now? I don't know what that's doing, but that doesn't look good, does it? Trying to get this figured out here. There's a way to bring those together, and I forget what it is. Well, let's get back to Renko bars here now. I don't know why the hell this went crazy, but anyway. Renko. Let's go with 24 ticks. Box size, Renko chart, okay. Okay, that's, I guess, all right. Oh, weird. Ooh, mamacita. Okay. Ooh, we're gonna get a stat. We're gonna get a stat. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, let's hurry up and trade. Maybe not. Sort of a wonderful breakfast. I'll make every attempt to mute off so I don't chew in your ears. Yeah, I'm an influencer. So let's see now what the hell we got going on here. Does everything look right? I don't know what the hell that story was yesterday, but everything seems. I immediately opened Armory Crate to check the temps and stuff, and the GPU was all seemed to be doing fine, but always something, huh? I need to have that emergency response programmed into me as I do over here. If I accidentally click in this area and there's a trade somehow, fat finger, whatever, I'm up here and canceled out quicker than you can say don't within a second or two, typically. Same idea with a major thing like yesterday with IRT, just a big, I never hear my fans at all, just a real loud fan noise, and all of a sudden this monitor went completely black. So something happened there, and my initial response, rather than to keep the trade on and manage on Bookmap, is just immediately flatten out. And of course, don't put on anything else until that's been sorted out. So that's an error on my side. I noted it in the notes of my Statistic journal. I don't keep my journal up here anymore at night because it's so easy to put the trades in with Statistic, but if Rod ever cancels that or something, it's going to be kind of stupid. I won't have any backup. I don't know what to think about that. I'm not all warm and fuzzy about this whole cloud idea. It's a great idea, but it's okay. You can't get to the cloud. Now what are you going to do? For whatever reason. If all of your shit's on your own machine, well then, there you are. I'm getting rid of these gaps because that's been traded over about a number of times now. Oh, look at there. I typically do all this on the weekend, clean all these things up. But since there's no trades yet this morning, and unlikely that there may be, I'm gonna do it now. What are you gonna do? And maybe not. See, what the market's waiting for me to do is jam a big bite of this luscious breakfast my wife brought in here in my mouth, and then go banging up through the IB high, and I'm, you know, caught on my back foot. Well, the only good thing about this so far is no random flags are being thrown up, which was also the case yesterday. That's one thing I will, one of the low spots or the weak spots of Investor RT is replays. For me, doesn't work at all. They do have a replay thing. It didn't work for me at all. And that's why I was liking the idea, or I even considered the idea of streaming both monitors all the time. That way, for example, yesterday when IRT had that problem, the stream was on Bookmap, okay? So I can't go back and look at the stream and verify or try to understand what the hell happened, because it's not recorded anywhere. Just unless I just happen to have be lucky and be streaming over here at the moment, then I would be able to see it, if you see what I mean. I might try to set that up. I don't know. It would be kind of inconvenient in a way, because sometimes I want to position, charts or something on this monitor or on Bookmap rather than have everything I do all the time being streamed. I don't know. Me no know. Me no know, Thief Pueblo take the whole thing go bush. I like West Indian people a lot. I enjoyed living in the Caribbean. Now let's be clear about a couple things here. I should say I want to clarify a couple things here. This is my live trading virtual journal. So this is what I'm doing, and I'm talking to myself most of the time. That's the only way I get my thinking into the recording. This is by no means my way or the highway. Would appreciate any kind of commentary like, oh yeah, your freaking mind, whatever, you know what I mean? Good, bad, or indifferent, feedback. And if you have a better way to trade where you are, or an alternative system that's consistently profitable, drop it in the chat, say something, share it. This is where I am right now, and I'm doing what I understand to be the right way to approach trading from a probability and statistical point of view in a random market, and that's it. You know? So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it at this point. I don't know what else to do. And I would certainly like to have a less labor intensive. The real work of the trading system, for me, is away from the live stream, away from the market. You know, the cash market, which is where I stream every day. All the back testing and figuring out the code and thinking about the laws and the rules and all that kind of stuff. And you know, that's where the real work comes in for me. And then just, you know, executing is what happens during the day. It's real important to just remember that there are 3 positions in trading. There's long, short, and flat. And if you're approaching this from a statistical, you know, non-video game point of view, flat is going to be probably the most prevalent position. Or so it seems. Now, you can also get into paralysis by analysis, which is obviously not good. And that's kind of where I was for a while, a couple months ago. But I've found that having the system was a really good, developing the system was immediately eliminated that. And I don't consider yesterday over trading because I took each system as it presented itself, not just making them up and, you know, confirmational bias and, oh, let's do this and let's do that. So much as I dislike the results of yesterday, I'm not dissatisfied with following the rules, following the plan. And here we go, VPOC migration. Oh boy, we're going to the top. We're going to the moon, Alice. Let's go. Look out, everybody. Put your crash helmets on. We're heading up. Your space helmets, I should say. And then, you know, and then maybe not. Boom, diddy, boom, diddy. What are we doing right now? We're just mean reverting, aren't we? Outside in, outside in, outside in, outside in. That's it. Until it's not. We had one hell of a drive off the open. That got everybody awake. They got it up where they wanted it, and now they're, you know, just under that century figure, I guess, and that's where they're going to be happy to let it sit. They got 280 of them there. We got 300 and something down here. They're pulling away fast, trying to mark them. 345 at 87s. We have that 6907 MCVPOC up here. And then, of course, we've got all-time highs and all this random horse shit up above us. This irrational exuberance up above us. This thing working? I guess so. There's a hotkey that adjusts the distance between the candles. I don't remember what it is. Somebody knows, let me know. I thought it was shift control, but that just is doing the width of the candle. Oh well. I'll figure it out. Remember it some other time. I usually had this on 48 ticks. Let's see. On the Renko, what happens here? Nothing. I guess it fell back pretty hard. Oh well, 20. Let's go with 24. I can deal with that. The ES is 12. Let's see what happens there. Typically, there's such a huge difference in volume that. Right, yeah, okay. There's typically such a huge difference in volume you can't even remotely do this, but looks like it'll work today. Oh, there we go. Aren't we excited? This doesn't look right. Having this progress bar visible is really important, because if this goes like this, gets gray, these are not updating. And if it's right over at the edge, I don't notice it. You may. See that? Oh, I love it when that happens. Let's just savey wavy up here. There we go. What happened to the NQ? Okay, so here we are, and here this is, and there that is. Ooh, we're getting close to the IB. Ooh, getting close. Ooh. Do I imagine that the initial balance statistic will be captured? Well, it's a 97.6, I think it was, % probability that it will today. So that's pretty likely, isn't it? I'm like everybody else here. I'm thinking, well, it's probably going to be the high again with these. Again with this confirmational bias. Look at all the times this pullback high acts like support or resistance for price. Go figure, you know. And again, it is one meaningless thing, just a line I put there. Okay, there we are. There we have the initial balance statistic. And it's not even going up over here. That's pretty disappointing. We have definitely taken the initial balance high on well, I don't know what to tell you. We have a flag. There we go. So we do have a flag in the correct sequence. We have the A signals fired. Now, I can tell you right now, if price goes up to the continuation zone and pulls back to the trigger, I'll really have to stop and think about what I'm going to do, because we are pretty definitely in but I don't on there I see a picture of what's going on. So now we're going to come to the pullback zone where we're supposed to get a B trigger. And let me do my checklist here. So we're good to go there. Both dupe schmurp. Okay, here we are. Well, we didn't get the pullback zone. Here's the trigger. What I've been doing, and maybe that's been more confusing to me than not, I don't know. I've been throwing on a candlestick because the candle development, close and open and all that stuff, is pretty important to the signals. And then I get out to a minute wide. Got pretty close there, but I don't see a signal on the system side of life. And after yesterday, I'm a little on the gun shy side. I'm a little gun shy. But this is why I'm trading minis or micros, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just devastating. To me, it's not a matter of the money. It's a matter of the ticks and a matter of the performance. So it's just as big a blow to me to take 100 ticks on the micro as it is the mini. Obviously, it's not financially, but you know. I wouldn't. That's something I need to think about today. I wouldn't be able to do that on the minis because of the percent drawdown. And I don't like where this is going. So we have one flag is correct. There's the A. If we get a close in the pullback zone, we should get the second flag over here. We should get a V pound 83 and 283. Those are just sequencing flags. I don't know. In case you can't tell from my voiceover here, I don't know. I'm winging this here. I'm not winging it, but, you know. I don't know what I am doing, to be honest with you. Well, are we going to get now something that I have noticed and that I will say for sure? Bookmap is much more responsive and active. Now, there we should have a B, and we do. So good for me. Let's see if it stays there. And it did not. But you see we have the B flag up here. So why didn't that signal stay there? It fired, but then it went away. Not good. If we get a trigger, that would signal a short. Why isn't that B sticking? That's what I'm really disappointed to understand. That should be a B. God damn, why did that signal and then go away? And if we get the trigger, this would be a short. So I'm going to move away from there for now. This would be a case when I should have both monitors on the screen again. That a little wider. We haven't got it. I do not have a signal. That B should very definitely have stayed there, and I don't know why it did not. It's very definitely triggered, so I'm going to consider that it did. Now I have a couple of options here, which I always waffle about. Do I put a resting order at the IB high? Considering that could be a trigger. Am I going to wait and see if a trigger fires on the system side? That's the problem I have. I need to get away. I either need to have IRT trade, be able to trade itself, or be able to monitor and evaluate these things on Bookmap autonomously, right? Without leaning on the flags and crap. What happened? Nothing. Well, I am really got to figure out, I'm going to even do a screen snap of this. what the hell is going on? Why that signal fired and then went away? That should not happen. And I don't have I do not have a trigger. So get these opened up a little bit where I can see what's going on easier, perhaps. Make sure that's updating. There we go. Yeah, well, no trigger, no trade. The A, this is the B, and it should have stuck. And we came within a tick of a trigger. Would have been a short, it would have been risk neutral scale. So now my thinking is on when I revert to the bookmap story here is to kind of get back away from make sure I'm always in alignment with the context. And here's a big problem for me, actually. What's the context of the day so far? It's up. This would be a short. So this is only looking at this piece of trade here, this fractal or this distribution. In reality, my typical stance is that I'm only going to take context, which would be a trade to the north alone, because what is the context? Higher lows, higher highs. I don't know here, that's a big question. And that's what happened yesterday. Well, buying the highs happened yesterday and selling, going short in a hole happened yesterday. Now there is a trigger right there. Get to 1 minute. There's a trigger for a short. And that would be counter trend. And the system took the short. So let's see if it gets up here and get another try. We get another chance. And no, missed the trigger. Would be scaled. Disappointing. Damn, I'll tell you, I have to get this figured out. This is just freaking frustrating. And that's not, that's no lie. Sucker, son of a gun. Not fast enough. Confirmation, whatever the hell, I missed it right there, and now I'm, God damn. Isn't that disappointing? Yeah. It is, definitely is. So the system's in a short and it's scale, risk neutral, and it's happy as a pig in the mud. And that was my trigger right there. Or you were along here, but there on the close, and now it's running off the way it meant to. Boy, that's exciting. So there you have it. Lovely trade, off and running by the system and not by Dr. Demento. I've got to figure out how to do this. Yeah, I don't know. At the moment, I'm leaning to just the hell with Bookmap and get a hold of, identify exactly how I can trade live off of IRT, which I know you can, but it gets a little more complicated because of the interaction between the broker. You have an entry, then you get a TR fill back, and you can get it's different based on the actual trade fill and continue, and parameters from the broker which feed back to the system. It does all that stuff, but it gets a little confusing sometimes. For example, I have an example because I was just doing this. Here's some of the code that just that I need to input to. There's the TR position, TR fill, as opposed to position and entry. There's some things that are different because there's two contexts, right? There's the live market and real trading, and there's backtesting, which are two different things. Man, I'm disappointed here about the trade. Wow, I could have really used that today. That would have made yesterday sting a lot less. My indecision in replicating the trading systems from IRT here over to the live deal in Bookmap is the real weak in weak links. In other words, the weak links on this side of the monitors here. That's pretty typical. But recognizing that's one thing, solving that problem is a whole other deal. Hey, Ron. Didn't see you pop in. Hi there. Busy commiserating why I'm not in this trade, having watched it develop. Missed the entry right here on the trigger. The problem, the weak link is me, right? Replicating the system stuff to Bookmap Live, and that's about it. Yesterday was a complete cluster, in case you watched that stream. Well, here we are. Still haven't gotten that. Could that be true? Still haven't gotten T2 yet. But I'll tell you, I realize that I understand all the arguments against the risk-neutral scale and all of that stuff from Rod and company, but boy, the psychology of having that risk-neutral scale achieved and being scratched, you know, the worst you can do in your trade is scratch, is really significant to me. This point now, maybe if my accounts, you know, hey, I'm trading some demo deal, or which I'm never going to do, or have a substantial account size, then that might all change. But for the moment, this is where it's at. I need to understand why 287 didn't flag up. The rest are working just Jim dandy. And also why Dr. Beasley here went away. He fired and then went away. I don't understand how that can happen, actually. It's alive. That AI, you know, that damn AI is messing with me. Maybe that's it. I don't use AI, I use AA. No, AI. Yeah, I use AI. Any intelligence. I don't care what it is. Sorry to hear that. Well, yeah. I was hoping for, well, I did have an opportunity to have a better outcome today and missed the damn entry, so only myself to blame. I don't know what to do about it, but at least I recognize it. I haven't looked at Ninja Trader since probably 2013, maybe 12 or something. I never did buy it, I don't think. I got moved into IRT when I fell in with JP and doing the market profile thing after I had bought, after I had I was using Jigsaw as a dome to execute. And then that's how I got familiar with, or introduced to Investor RT. In those days, it was really great. I mean, Chad would be in the room during the day once or twice a week, you know, and answering questions live and do this there, stuff like that. Was really quite a different experience. It was really a great opportunity. I really miss him, boy. I can tell you 1,000 questions I'd ask him right now. I'd ask him last night if he were still over there. I hope he's moved on and having a great life. I'm sure he is. Certainly a clever guy. Chad Payne. Well, my, isn't this a lot of fun? No. I guess I can do this now because we're a long way from getting into another trade here on or getting into a trade. Having missed that one right there. Everything was just Jim Dandy, though. Right there, I just missed that top. The thing I'm going to have to decide is the system. The minute price touches within here or here, that's a signal. What I've been trying to do is optimize that more. Which is, of course, just sounds stupid even when I try to say it now, but more than once I've had a resting order, for example, at the trigger, which no question about it, I'd have been in this trade. But price has gone on. This is one point. This is 1 point. It's only got to go one above it and you're stopped, assuming you entered here. Another thought I've had is, well, split the difference and put the resting order at the IB and call it square. Of course, that would mean that this wouldn't be a trade either. The real danger is to let Monkey Boy start shifting gears and messing with the knobs. And, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and oh boy, this and that. And I have statistics. That's why I am so, I suppose, redundant and boring about the statistics is the computer doesn't make any discretion. It follows the frickin' rules, and it does it over 500 days and 1,000 trades, and that's the outcome. That is a statistic you can depend on. Whatever the rules. And I really believe that's the way you got to approach it. I suppose my problem is, and with this IB stuff, obviously with statistics, in order to get that law of large numbers to apply, you've got to have a large group of numbers. One trade a day does not a large group of numbers make. It'd take donkey's years to get, the law of large numbers to apply. That's the whole secret to high frequency trading and casinos. Their mission is to play that thing as many freaking times as they can in 24 hours. As many instances of it as they can in 24 hours. Then the occurrences for the law of large numbers become significant. Well, I go fill up my water and you guys don't get me rich. What's the deal here? Now, this is only achieved T1, ensuring risk neutral scale. All of this trade could end up in a scratch. Yeah, and where I end this trade, this is where you can start using discretion for trailing up behind swing highs, you know, to lock in profit. Of course, you would have lost them all right here or here. You still wouldn't get to T2. So that's an open argument that exists, you know. Put it on and leave it alone, or manage it, or. Also important to know that within the system, at this point, any other signal is not valid because we're still in a trade. It is still in a trade. It has to go flat before another thing can be put on, obviously. So I'm going to honor what I'm seeing on the system side, and maybe that's going to thoroughly piss me off. You know, that's another decision to make. I'm not in a trade over here, so you know. Yes. Man, trading's hard. Be interesting to see what happens here, yeah. Is something, oh well, it's now we have another A signal firing, which is not, should not be the case. First of all, it doesn't qualify. And second of all, the flag is already active. Now that's an A, if it stays there. Yeah, I don't know how in the hell I can do this. I thought I did, but clearly this thing is a little smarter than me. Just a teensy bit. I'm gonna be stopped here in about a minute. There, about. Yeah, right there. Well, there was the stop. That little button or that little green boy right there. So that's a scratch. And now everything is back to zero as it should be. Okay, so that's a good thing flag-wise. Why these A's presented themselves is not, should not be the case. Now should be okay because all flags are reset to zero. That's the idea, is it's not throwing out flags and signals and shooting up flares and stuff and while you're in a trade. Well, it is in a trade. I'm in a trade, the system's in a trade, whatever. Now, technically speaking, this bar, which stopped this system out, is an A. That's technically correct. But it should not be evaluated because the system was still in a, there was still a position on. Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the wrong window. Sorry about that. Now we should get an A. If this drops through here, we should get an A. Fire short. What would I think about that? No idea. And I very, very, very strenuously encourage anyone that has an idea or a better approach to throw something in the chat. Speak up. I, for one would really like to know about it. Like I said before, I am not married to this thing. And this is what I am doing now based on what I think is the right approach. And I would love to hear an alternate, perhaps better approach that can be verified. And I'm not talking about Bush Barbie and her opening range breakout. I like seeing that. It makes me smile. You ever used, Ron, you ever used, I guess you're following along in Bookmap? I forget, sorry. If you are, do you ever use the Bookmap footprint chart? I've never even opened it. I don't know what it looks like. Well, it'll be Tom time. Oh no, 11:30. Jesus Christ! I'll tell you, the mornings just RTH just hauls ass. RTH 1. And that's where, frankly, that's where I like to get my business. I'm sure it's absolutely not based on statistics or anything else, but I feel my perception is that's the time to do business and get it over with. That I used in my journal previously, one of my local home aiders, I could categorize winners and losers by time of day, you know, day of the week, that kind of thing. And on Rod's Static, I believe we can do it by RTH 1, 2, and 3, if I'm not mistaken, which is a good thing. That way you can, you know, verify or not whether those preconceived biases are true. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm probably am, no, I'm not. This is not. No, this is not. I was going to say this is a B, but it's not, because the close is below the open. I sincerely hope somebody's on the right side of this market and getting ready to have a nice Christmas or whatever holiday break, whatever you choose to, however you choose to think about it. Okay. Yeah, whatever works, dude. I mean, absolutely. Just curious. Never any comment, derogatory or otherwise. Just curious. I don't even know how you turn it on in Bookmap. Let's see. Is there a way to do that? Maybe it's a special thing. I thought there was one. Maybe there's not. Maybe it's a plugin. Ah, yeah, footprint. Let's see what footprint looks like. I don't know. Ooh, this looks looks pretty complicated over here. I don't know about any of this stuff. Time interval, reversal, range, I suppose volume, huh? Is it doing something? Wow, there's a whole lot of stuff going on here. Jesus Christ. Somebody put a lot of thought into that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Am I doing the right screen? Yeah. So here's the book map. Probably need to get rid of the candles. I guess that might help. So there's the book map footprint. That's not anything. That's just a split volume profile, isn't it? Yeah. That's just a split dome level or volume profile. Never mind. Let's get rid of that right away before that. Okay. Yeah, when I first got it, the first time I was ever introduced to footprint charts were with IRT and that, you know, with JP. Footprint charts were developed by Trevor something. Noah, maybe? Trevor Noah might have been his name. Not developed by him, but that was his company called Market Delta. And Bill Lind and Chad Payne were the developers / of it. There was a big piss and match back and forth for a while there when IRT came forward. Trevor tried to have a copyright on the name footprint and all that kind of stuff. Well, there you are. I'm going to get back to normal here and just watch what the hell happens, I guess. So context is still showing the up signal here as far as I'm concerned. I'm really strongly leaning to not making a trade plan decision here on, during the live market, but this is the only time I can share my thoughts. Okay. Just a real basic filter that would be discretionary, sort of, unless I can figure out a way to code it better or somehow. No counter trend trading. And I think that's, and of course, the only way I can validate whether that's a good idea, and I've said this already before today, you backtest the system as it is now, and then you add that filter. I add that filter, and then backtest it. One change. See which wins over a large data set, which is, anybody been around here long enough knows I typically go back 500 days, and that's usually around 1,000 trades. That's all I know to do. Sort of, getting a job with Renaissance Technologies. Wouldn't hire me because I don't have a PhD in anything, let alone math, computer science, or physics, which are their primary. That's their go-to ones. I listened to a real interesting interview with the current CEO of Renaissance Technologies, whose name zipped right out my ears, but and he was being interviewed by a guy from Goldman Sachs who does podcasts, I guess. Real interesting. Seemed like a real sharp fella, obviously. Their hiring process is pretty interesting. They only hire, of course, as I said, scientists, PhDs, as Jim Simmons says. We look for people who have done good science. So once they've gotten their initial cut, past the cut to where they've been invited over to the office, then they are brought into a room apparently, and they are given a chalkboard, and people in the audience fire math questions at them, which they solve on the chalkboard. And then the next step is they present one of their own scientific papers to the group. Formal presentation of one of their own scientific papers. And that's the hiring process for a quant at Renaissance Technologies. Oh, we got an A over here, baby. Where did that fire? I see no flags. That's not a good thing. Oh, yeah, there we are. Oh, so that's on bar close, obviously, is when those flags are updating. Okay. Now I have to decide whether I'm going to listen to my own advice and not take any trades which are counter context. Unless we go up and, do that thing. I thought this was supposed to be easy. I thought I was supposed to be on the beach drinking beer and making money. What's the deal? Or go the beer drinking. Well. Which brings me to the next question. If I get a signal for a trade in the direction of context, will I take that? All of this is, of course, pure supposition. I don't know how to do this, man. I don't want to have to learn Python and use a API to code these signals into over here, and god damn, life's short and you're dead a long time. I'd like to just get going here, but that's not the that's apparently not how it works. So what did we do? I better get candled up here. Boy, this mouse is frustrating. If my hand has just slid back a little bit off the buttons, nothing happens. And that's not what I consider to be a good thing. So there's 1 minute. Boom, boom. Yep, there's A. And this big old booger came down here. Yeah, okay. So there's our A signal. That's correct. Lower, open lower than the high. Open below the IB. Close above it. That's an A signal. That's correct. Up, 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 up. We got to get up here, and then we're supposed to get a B. Then it's supposed to come back down here to the trigger, and we get the trigger in the direction of context. So I'm all excited. I'm all a Twitter. Monkey boy is swinging on this. Get off the ceiling fan, buddy. I'm still trying to figure out how to do all this at the same time. And here we go again with buying the top, right? Let's see if we get a B up here on the whatchamacallit over there. We haven't got over that. Boy, look how that... It's really funny to me how these arbitrary out of no place lines that I dreamed up have this apparent effect. Isn't it weird? I think so. Boy, if you wouldn't call that resistance if you were looking at some Fibonacci or some damn thing, it's crazy. It's pretty freaking crazy. Now this is supposed to be a B up in here. Let's see what happens. It isn't yet, but let's see. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Am I crazy? This continuation zone thing is just a line I dreamed up over here, you know, for these things here, just out of no place. I mean, just let's try this. Look at that. I have no explanation for that. I guess there ought to be some sort of explanation for it, but I don't know what it would be. I wonder what the ATR is. The ATR is 1.5, 1.75 points per 1 minute bar, and we're way down at 73% volume. Well, that didn't. So that washes out what I was thinking. I was thinking since this is 5 points above the IB, and maybe there's a mathematical significance between that. I just arbitrarily put them there, but that's not correct either. It's 3 points. This is 3 points above the IB. This is 5 points. In any case, maybe there's some significance about that. I have no idea. That's why I was thinking maybe it was related to the average range. I don't know. Got no clue. Now we're getting close to. Uh-oh. Well, now I'm going to have to stick to my rule about the random risk band. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So I'm off any trade here. I'm not going to be long going into this. That's not in my plan, so there we go. I mean, that is in my plan not to be, so I'm not going to do it now. No idea, what this will be, but there they are. What's Rubio got to say? Rubio delivers remarks, and there's no. That didn't make it at all. Okay, there's another at 10:30, so that was another problem. Problem area. Rubio. Climb the ladder and burn the ladder. What a guy. The son of immigrant Murialistas. Really weird. Really weird to me. Okay, so I'm off the trade. Thank you, Agent Orange. Richard, I like that one a lot. That'll give me a moment to go forage for something. Okay, what happened? Oh, nothing. Again, I'm off them now until this random risk band has taken the stage here at the top of the hour, so that puts me off, and off. Which is pretty disappointing because that's throwing us into 12 o'clock, and then we're into the short strokes for the witching, smitching, and all that other bullshit that's going on. And of course, it's always nice to have a trade on and off. First thing in the morning. Could be another requirement, I guess, but that would probably be pretty limiting. I can backtest that, however. I've already got criteria that I can easily alter in the system to only trade in the RTH 1 or 2 or 3 and see how they compare. So that's what I'll be doing. I'm gonna think about this this context idea, though. The open. My qualification, I mean, my constraints around these kind of signals is that I'm doing this in two regimes. There is the backtesting, which is completely autonomous, and it's important to understand that the backtest engine now that should have been a B. And nothing happened. Let's see. No flags. Nobody left on third. The flag. Now the candle's not through. When this candle completes, there should be a flag right here, and there should have been a B right there. And I got no idea why not. And that's the bad thing, because I'm the one that supposedly figured this out. Anyway, what I was going to say was, the backtesting doesn't look at intercandle. It looks at open, high, low, close. And if those things happen within those parameters, bango, bingo, bango, bongo, that's the signal. So that's one thing. Now in the context of me saying, okay, I want a signal that only fires on with context. For example, only longs in an uptrend, let's say. It can't be a flag that I set, like I set a V-pound variable. I have a button over here that says, okay, it's uptrend, and I click that, and then it won't take any trade where that is a 1. But that wouldn't work backtesting, which is the meat and potato to this whole idea. Huh. And I have no clue why in the freaking world Nobi Obi-Wan Kenobi is This is where rearview mirror trading can be so deceptive and where these guys online can be so clever. You know, you can just, oh, well, I saw this, I knew that, I saw a test here, I got up there, I did blah, blah, blah. All those things that are so easy to see in the rearview mirror. But what did that look like right there? What did that look like on the hard edge right there? Which way is that going? Or how about right there? You know, I know that's probably redundant or chicken shit or whatever, but it is disappointing. Especially when I see people post stuff like, ooh, I saw so-and-so and he's got a 49% win rate and an 8R multiple and, oh, that's great. Trades 15 contracts or some shit. And it's like, oh, that's really great. Over how, you know, what's the sample size? How many, what are his parameters? What's his stop? What are his targets? What is his target? You know what I mean? That stuff all makes such a big difference. And seems like people just gloss over that for those, it's like win rate, you know, the famous win rate. Win rate spelled backwards is clickbait. I did some backtesting about those exact numbers from that guy that somebody had posted. And several people think he's, you know, admire his stuff. Even Rod watches, you know, looks at it from time to time. So I can't discount that that's, I would like to find out for myself if it's real or not. But you stop and think about the average true range in the ES, and that's another one. What instrument are they trading? You take the ES, an R multiple of 8 means you average winning 8 times your risk. Okay? If you risk 10 ticks, means you're averaging 80 ticks. The way I was able to do that easily and backtest it was to use a 2-tick stop, all in, all out, 2 contracts, a 2-tick stop, and 16-tick profit target for both contracts. And it's very definitely profitable and the same specs and all that stuff. Same win rate, same all that. Backtesting over 500 days. People that, ooh, yeah, he does this and trades all of that. They don't stop to think about what are the parameters of that trade. And maybe I'm the fool for not trading the same way. Maybe I should be trading a 4-lot with a 2-tick stop, and I'll backtest those things in the next go around we have here for the session. Or maybe we'll even do it today at the at 1400 during the backtest review idea, and see how it works. Like I said, I'm open to anything. Back when I was flying in the Caribbean a lot, I had my own air cargo thing. I was flying up and down between Puerto Rico and Down Island, Montserrat and Dominica and Guadeloupe and Barbados and that stuff, St. Vincent. And when you come back to Puerto Rico, you clear immigrations and customs because it's an American port of entry. So I would wear a pair of khaki shorts and a khaki pilot shirt with epaulets on my shoulders and all that stuff when I'd come through there, and I'd have a crew deck and I'd just pass right through and go out, and some guy was laughing at me. You're flying your own cargo plane up and down. What are you getting all dressed up like a pilot? And my response was exactly the truth. If it meant I could pass those big lines in customs and immigration and go right through the crew line, I'd wear a pink dress. I don't care. The object is to get through the immigration and customs right. Same way with trading. That's the same attitude I have. If somebody shows me you can do this and that and something else and have a consistently winning thing to multiply and grow your account, I'm all for it. I could care less what it is. I got no, my balls aren't so big that I've got to trade 15 contracts and, a minimum of 10 points or 10 ticks or whatever. I don't care at all. I actually heard Dr. David Paul was the mentor of Tom Hogarth, the trader, best loser wins guy. And Dr. South African. I heard an interview with Tom. I think it's maybe before Dr. Paul died, which is a couple years back. Anyway, that there was some guys in South Africa that they were trading with, and they had a real profitable trading structure, and they were doing exactly that. They had a 1 or 2 tick loss, and not such, stop, and not very much of a profit target. Making money hand over fist, of course. Very important. Commission's got to be Zippo. If you're trading minis, the round trip per lot on my minis with AMP is $4.23. That includes fees, exchange and all that. So that, essentially $8.50, $9. You're not going to get very far with a couple of ticks. I mean, you got to definitely factor that in to the equation. Okay. Well, when do you suppose is up? What is the announcement? The big announcement. Rubio. What do we got going on? Makes an announcement. Okay, about what? The fact that he loves a microphone? That's probably not a surprise. I guess it hasn't started yet. 1 p.m. now. Announcement on drugs. Okay. Now it's 1 p.m., so we've changed it from 12 to 1 now. Do you see that? Oh, no. 1 Eastern Standard Time, so it is 12 o'clock. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm all confused here. Easily done. Easily done. I've got no idea what's going on now with the system, but I'm just on I'm on autopilot right now. That was also a problem that happened yesterday. So I just screwed up right, left, and center, actually. Well, I think I know what you mean there, Ron. Yeah, this is all misdirection. You know, we're blowing up boats with some artesial fishermen in an outboard motor, open outboard motor boat, like they're going to drive that thing to America from Venezuela. Or even the closest island where they might be doing some to transship. I mean, even if it's drugs, has anybody proven there's drugs? How do you blow up a boat and kill people with no probable cause, and based on what? These island nations and coastal nations, artesial fishermen are out all day, every day in boats. And then on top of that, probably widely understood, the main source of drugs coming into America is across the Mexican border in Central and South America, and the convicted cocaine kingpin of Honduras was here in prison, and they pardoned him. Yeah, I sometimes it's so... Sometimes and obviously today is Friday. Today's the day they're supposed to drop the Epstein files, and this is desperate misdirection. That's all I can see any of this is. Whenever something comes up that looks bad, then let's declare war on somebody. Let's send a bunch of warships to Venezuela. I mean, my God, it's a shame. It is a shame, I think. And it's only, as you say, it's only PR or spin based on the short news cycle, which is apparently, about the same as the attention span of the people that believe it. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. When something seems so obvious to me, I wonder why it's not to somebody else. I don't make a judgment about that. I just I stay away from the news, frankly. I saw a pretty interesting fact the other night. See if I have. I think I made a copy of it. Staggering. Not really staggering, but J.D. Vance's family has spent $35 million on vacations since they took office, which I will point out to you is the first of this year. Kash Patel used a $60 million IB jet to go on a date. Trump has spent $98 million golfing and on golf carts for his security to his own golf clubs, so that's who's getting that money, and has spent 24% of the days so far this term golfing. And then he goes on to say, but they think that a single mom getting $6 a day for SNAP is a problem. I mean, it is pretty bizarre. how the hypocrisy happens and why people don't recognize that. Yeah, I love Puerto Rico too. I lived there for a while, off and on. Absolutely, it's pretty crazy. Oh, is that what's going on? Was that what? Yeah. Have you lived in Puerto Rico? Yeah, great island, great people, a lot of fun. Get up to Guavate there, and or down to Old San Juan, and boy, there's some fun to be had. You do have to be careful that a lot of petty theft, I guess, just because of the, you know, the economics and poverty kind of. But I don't know of any violent theft or violent crime. And the years I lived there I was there off and on all the time when I was flying in and out of up and down the Caribbean. And then more recently, I lived over on the South Coast by, near Ponce there. I forget the damn name now. Wow, boy, my brain. 2004 through 2003 through 2006. 16. No, 6, yeah. Oh, cool. That's pretty cool. Get yourself a schedule like that's great. But yeah, get up to Guavate or go down to Boca Raton for a weekend, or yeah, Salinas. That's where we were, just outside of Salinas. Very cool. Yeah. Isla Verde, baby. And a nice diversion from there, which is a short trip, is the Dominican Republic. Also great people. Lacking the development and stuff of PR, but Puerto Rico, but yeah, it's a small world, isn't it? What part of Texas are you? I assume TX is Texas, right? Texas to Puerto Rico. Every other month, or transport, maybe. I don't know. That's really cool. That's really cool. Now you make me homesick for some of that lechon and yeah, up at Guavate or any of those lechonerias along the road there. Yeah, absolutely. Pinchos, oh boy. Ah, Dallas. Okay, good for you. Never been. Never been. I had never lived in Texas or ever imagined that I would. Yeah, exactly. The lechon and the pinchos. Oh boy, along the road, absolutely. If you've not been up to Guavate, which is up in the mountains there, that's all it's about is lechon and beer and music, merengue or salsa, and yeah, on the weekends it's a big hoot, man. So is Boca Raton out on the western. It's a beach deal out on the western end of the island, just near where the ferry goes over to Dominican Republic. Yeah, you're making me hungry now, damn it. Shut up. Well, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, obviously I lived down there long before all of that COVID stuff, so yeah. Never thought of that, but yeah. Then the hurricane too, the last, whatever the name of that was during the first Trump thing when he was, so that would have been 2000, just before COVID, yeah. Just right at COVID. Old San Juan's really nice too. There's some great little places. I used to know a really great sushi bar down there. Wow. And beautiful. That I like that Spanish influence. El Moro out there on the point. And what are you gonna do, girls? Come on. Well, I didn't have a signal or an entry for this long and wouldn't have taken it because of the random wristband on stage, but I don't know. Random wristband, Mr. Microphone. I don't know how to do it. Richard over in England, he's dubbed Trump Agent Orange, which I thought was pretty funny. Being old enough to know about Agent Orange in Vietnam and everywhere. It's pretty funny. But definitely not, and may have no impact on the market, and maybe a completely stand-up announcement. That's the point of the unidentified risk. One never knows, and certainly let's hope the president makes many announcements that are valid and good for the country. Let's hope so. That's the whole idea, in my opinion. So I'm not taken away from that. I'm just saying let's interesting that there's no spin-off here about it other than it's happening. Triple witching, baby, 1500. Okay. And then there's going to be a reception. Well, I better go check the mail. I bet I got an invitation out there. I better go check. And then he's going to talk on the economy at 2000. Okay. So I'm guessing that after this announcement, we're pretty much in the clear through the cash market anyway, as far as random risk goes. Nothing going on over here. This big blurb turned out to be a scratch. And, here we are. Now I've got notes to myself and screenshots and whatnot as to why we have an A right here. And why this or this, which according to the signals that I'm used to, would have been a B like Bravo. And then this should have been the signal right here for a long trigger. That beats me, man. Yeah, damn. what's well, if you're in the trade, you're doing okay. If you're in the long, you know, I mean, once you get some a scale behind you or something like that, good for you. And maybe nothing. Let's fingers crossed, you know. Let's hope he's making a good speech. And the market likes it. Then you're on the right side, and away you go. And that's what we would all hope to be the case. I do anyway. Looks like the market is either blowing it off. Either A, he hasn't said anything, you know, that's shocking, or the market's just blowing it off, or it's, you know, here and there as far as market moving, auction disrupting. And it's definitely ticking up for you, so good for you. Good for you. I'm scratching my head trying to figure out why there wasn't a signal over here. I think this system might have, maybe AI took over and this thing is now smarter than I am. I don't know. I really don't get it. I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny how all these lines on the chart over here on Bookmap, which are just arbitrary crap I put over there on, you know, to deal with this initial balance stuff that I'm doing, could arguably be such important levels. You know, look at all the support here. Whoa, look at this, and look at, broke out, and we got resistance across here, and we got support down here, and I guess that, you know, I don't know who said at some point, who the hell it was, is, you know, put a line on your chart every 5 points or 10 ticks or something like that, and you'll be amazed at the number of time that you can sound like a wizard that those are there for some specific, you know, divine reason. I guess it's true. I never tried it, and look at this. Boom. That's amazing, huh? Boom, boom, boom. Let's look over here some more. That's funny as hell. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Support, support, support. Yeah, I think that's a good indication of why a lot of that stuff is meaningless, I guess. Whoa, double bottom. You've been glad you got him. I'm pretty sure this is going to just be a fizzle out day for me. I think that's so funny. We'll have to think of some name for these levels. Tell everybody how fantastic they are. Oh, God. When you talk about it again, when you say it really fast, I don't have grand designs and fantasies of, verified 20-figure trader and all that kind of thing. I think I'm realistic about my goals or around trading, It's just one or two trades a day, winners a day, obviously with minis, not micros. That's certainly not the income I did have, but that's substantial and a good place to grow the account from, That's the idea. And no, Hail Marys or YOLOs or anything like that, but just one step at a time, methodical, compounding the account. That's the goal. I don't know if anything is being pushed by this. Nothing more than that, I guess. I never look at these or listen to them, or a drug announcement on drugs. Okay. Finally got around to realizing the weed wasn't going to be the kill everybody, I guess. I think he signed something about that yesterday or something, didn't he? Now Schedule 3, whatever that means. Do you trade when you're in PR, Ron? When I was there, the internet wasn't spectacular. I don't know how it's improved. We've talked about and thought about, I spent a lot of time in the Caribbean. I know a lot of those islands pretty damn well. And it's pretty good living down there. Can be. But the big thing the big requirement in this case is now was trading. That's actually why I left Africa and came back in 99. It was because of the internet ability to trade. One of the best places for all around living, standard of living, quality of internet, speed, cost of living was Southeast Asia, specifically Malaysia, where we lived in Kuala Lumpur, just 100 miles up the street from Singapore, which is a great place to live. Singapore also, but really expensive compared to KL. But and when you stop and think about it, isn't it bizarre that you can live and trade in halfway around the world, 6,000 miles away, and not notice a delay from here? I don't know how far Chicago is from here, but a few hundred miles and in the same time zone. It's amazing, isn't it? But KL was on the Singapore backbone. Truly amazing. while I was showering, the system was taking a short and is risk neutral scale. Well, there you go. So I'm going to just be on the side here. We'll see how this pans out. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to help my wife do something here, so we'll be monitoring this, but I'll have the mute on so you don't hear us jabbering to each other. Well, that was fun. What's happened here? Oh, the system took a trade and scratched again. Okay, good. So I'm not too disappointed I missed all that fun. Well, okay. I don't know. I hope I had the thing on mute while we were doing all that drama with the immigrations forms, but if not, well, there you go. Now you know. We just sent off all of the final citizenship forms for my wife. Interesting to see how that turns out, given the current environment. Yeah. I hope I had it off mute, but anyway. Or muted, I mean. I meant to, I apologize. So, yeah. Yeah, I think I misspoke about Puerto Rico there. I left Puerto Rico in 2006, not 16. Because I went to Asia about 2010, I think it was. Or 2006, 2008, I left. In the Caribbean. So there you go. What's happening now? Are we doing something? Are we taking trades, getting long, getting short, going broke, or what's going on? Well, we had another scratch. Went flat. I gotta look at why that thing isn't pushing those. Why that is not signaling properly. Okay, so I'm again talking to myself probably, but anyway, that's what happens. So here we go. It's just going to be one of those Fridays, I guess, one of those last days. Had a couple of trades fire that I didn't take. I'm going to give a lot of thought over this weekend about the context filter, even if it's just something as simple as at this point, just a checkbox for me, a push button that says when that flag is won, then nobody trades in that direction. I'll think about a better way to code that, obviously, but that's where what I think is the best way to go. And of course, I'll have to do both ways to see if, like I said before, the only way you can tell this stuff and actually vet it to do with statistics is you run a backtest on the original system. You make one change and you run a backtest on that on the system again, and you determine whether it is valid or not. And that backtest has to be over a statistically significant data set. So there you go. Now you know. Isn't it cute? Okay, what are we going to do now? Okay, let's talk about backtesting and win rates and all that kind of stuff. I guess it's probably pretty obvious to everybody that win rates of and by themselves are just useless. It is a meaningful element when calculating your expectancy, but of and by itself, it's useless. You can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades. It's risk reward that matters. So, I mean, and of and by that itself, that's useless also. You can have a risk to reward of 1 to 1,000, and you're probably not going to have a very high win rate. You know what I mean? So it needs to be properly calculated. So let's move on to the back test here, I guess. Okay. So I probably should have first done this, I guess. First, I need to explain, I guess, or to clarify my belief about approaching the markets as a business of probabilities and statistics as opposed to a video game or gambling is pretty straightforward and simple. And I just am following in the footsteps of the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world. It's not some epiphany that I had. So, you can rest assured about that. And if you want to verify it, go, read anything you want to read from Tom Sosnoff, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom the Trader, Tom B., Mark Douglas, Peter Brandt, Thorpe. It's all the same. They all have realized the same thing. Trading is a business of probabilities. The same exact copy model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So what do? You identify a level or a pattern that happens frequently and which has identifiable specific criteria to justify an entry. In my case, I've chosen the IB high and low. Well known, gives you 2 trades. You got one for continuation and one for mean reversion. So there you go. Then you, away from the live market with some sort of backtest equipment or program or whatever, you capture a data set, statistically significant data set of that setup and those parameters, and determine mathematically, does it have an edge or not? Do you have a positive expectancy with that setup and those rules? If you do, you rely on the law of large numbers and you take every one of those trades that presents itself in the live market. A casino plays no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified as an edge. When they put the game on the floor, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they humanly can in one 24-hour period. Relying on the law of large numbers, look it up, to manifest the edge to your bank. That's why the pit boss and the dealers don't care. They don't care if you win or lose. They know gamblers are going to win. We know we're going to take stops. Their only mission is to increase the occurrences. That's the secret. Or the key, or whatever you want to call it. So that's what I've done. And I've done that with the initial balance stuff. So let's do that now. This is what I have come up with for the initial balance trades. These are the rules that I've determined meet the criteria, and I only have 3 rules, 3 elements or rules for each trade. And these are they call them rules here in the in the trading system in IRT. Each one of these is required to execute my initial balance trades. There's one trade for the initial balance high, which is initial balance continuation. There's one for the initial balance low, which is way down below someplace, for the initial balance low continuation. There's one on the high for the failure. There's one on the low for the failure. That's it. And there's 3 rules. The IB stat, the B rule, which is either into the continuation zone or the pullback zone, and then comes back to the trigger, and that signals the trade. Simple as falling off a log. And it happens to generate a pretty respectable backtest, I believe. So imagine if you were going to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1-minute bar in every trading day, going back as far as you choose to go to vet your trades. Now, let me say something about statistically significant and outside the likelihood of random distribution. If you flip a coin, we all know that a coin is 50-50. If you flip the coin 10 times, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised if you have more heads than tails or vice versa. That's random distribution. Doesn't mean the coin's not 50-50. Doesn't mean something's rigged. It means it's a random distribution of outcomes. Or random occurrences, whatever you want to say. Now, you flip the coin 1,000 times, pretty close to 50-50, and that's the law of large numbers applying. So, here we are. These are the rules. Each one of them is required for, these are the elements of the trade plan. Each one of them is required for Rule A, Rule B, trigger. And then there's, trade management down here, enter with 2 contracts, T1, T2, exit short, end of day, all those things. All right, now, just to backtest, you can set up the backtest, and let's set it up for 500 days. So this is the computer is going to look back, going to trade 2 contracts on the MES, back 500 days, and I know that the MES H6 didn't go back 500 days ago, but it knows enough, system's intelligent enough to look at the continuous contract in the database and do the calculation. And it's going to do this all over the RTH session only, and it's going to generate these reports. Now, how long do you think it would take you to scroll back and identify each one of these rules specifically, and then capture that data and log it in Excel or something? I tried to do it. I started by building this. Once I tried to do it just by scrolling back, I thought, I'll never know what's going on. So I built, these are just custom indicators. And they're there for me to, so that I know or can verify that these actions by the system or these actions by my, me analyzing it are happening in where I expect them to. Well, here's what happens when you backtest 500 days. It took 7 seconds. It took the computer 7 seconds to go backwards to start 595 days ago and go each trading day to forward until today and evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle. 218,865 1 minute candles. Took it 7 seconds. There's no way you can compete. A, in time, B, in accuracy. The system makes there's absolutely no discretionary anything. The rules are specific. The computer says, thanks, I'll do that. 15,000 bucks, 750 trades, 243, 508. Let's see what else happened over here. 558 winners, average 78.65. 175 losers, average 29.80. Now, if you notice quickly, you got about 300, 400 and a quarter, right? And there's 753. So that means that there's about 300 scratch trades. What would be the first thing you would think? I can tell you what I thought. I thought, so what happens if I trail up after I take T1? Because a scratch means you have you make one T1 target is achieved, but you don't make T2 and you go back and take the stop. Okay. Anyway, let's carry on. And there's 29.80 average loss. Average stop. There's 13 winners in a row, 5 losers in a row consecutively. You can verify all of these things yourself, myself, by this report, which goes every trade, 700 and however many there were, from the 18th of January 24 at 10:41 a.m. It went short. It achieved T1, it achieved T2. There are the prices, there's the times, and there's the outcome in dollars. You can't possibly do it yourself, I don't think. And that's every trade, all 700 of them, or whatever it was. 751 of them. What I do then is to make sense of all this and to try to compare it. I created a couple of things here. This is, each one of these lines is a back test with the stops, targets, variations, whatever. That's the only variations. Then there are all of the data and the criteria about each one of them. Here is recently, yesterday, maybe this morning. So there's 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 48-tick T2, 2 contracts, no trail, 495 days, 754 contracts. There's 260 winners at $78 average, 175 losers at $30 average. Is 319 scratch. That gives you a 55.64 win rate, 44 loss rate. expectancy of 24.33, R factor 1.34, and risk to reward of 2.5, and on and on and on you go. That's how I believe you need to do a back test in order to have the confidence and systematically, mathematically, whatever you want to call it, know that your system is got an edge, and whether you're in or out of parameters. Now, yesterday, this says 5 consecutive losses in a row over 495 days for that exact setup. Okay, yesterday I took 5 losses in a row. If I take one more, that would be outside the parameters of the backtest, and I would have to question why. It didn't, and the market ended, and I didn't trade today, so there you are. But that's how I believe it needs to work. Another one I do here that's also part and parcel of this is the trade setup, and this is my tool to scale up or scale down based on 2-lot risk neutral package, micro and mini. My thinking is that I will trade micros until I have achieved 1.33 times the ticks required for a 2-lot risk neutral mini stop. That's 319 ticks. Scale factor, average, the all-in round trip cost. There's the instrument, there's the setup type, there's the result, there's all the other stuff. So when this says 0, it was doing real good right there. When this says 0 or negative number, then I scale up. That's the only way I know to do this systematically and business-like. So that's how I approach backtesting, and I'm going to stick with it, stick to it until I know something else, or somebody shows me something else, or I learn something else. The problem I'm having with it is that I continue to get more reinforcement, and every time I listen to somebody, even some new guy on YouTube or somewhere, read a book or something else, you get to the bottom line, and sure as hell they're talking about the same thing. It's got to do with probabilities. You got to depend on the law of large numbers. So that's as much as I know about backtesting, and I know that it's Friday the 19th. I know next week is going to be a real joy to behold with Christmas on Wednesday. So have yourself a great holiday. A great weekend. I will be back with the wrap up here at the bottom of the hour. I appreciate you stopping by. Like, subscribe, thumbs up. I stream 1440p high def every trading day. The stream starts at 8 o'clock in the morning with the setup and the pre-market reports, analysis of the overnight trade, etc. And then live all day till 1500. So completely accountable and transparent. Any trades that are taken are absolutely thoroughly discussed by me. And the reason for the talking and the perhaps obvious commentary, the only way I can get my thoughts at the time, at the moment, into the stream recording is by my voiceover. So that's my only option, and I'm fine with that. The video captures everything else, right? So that's it. If anybody's got a better solution, I'm all for it. The stream is 7 hours long every day. I try to be real diligent about the chapter markers, because I'm sure as hell not going to listen to 7 hours every day to review it, and nor would I expect anybody else. But anytime there's a trade or something comes up, it's easy to skip between those chapter markers and get to what you were interested in, if anything. Yeah. Your contribution in the chat room is really appreciated because you've been doing this long enough for not to figure it out, but trading is a pretty solitary endeavor. So it's nice to have, and you can have it's hard to talk to people about it, you try to have a conversation with your significant other about trading, and it's usually a really short conversation. So there you go. What are we doing now? Did we get a trade? Are we going long? Let's go short. Let's go long. Let's do something. Well, we got another A signal going on. Oops, here, oopsie doopsie. We got an A signal over here. There's our A. There's our A fire. Okay, let's see if we get some more. Gonna do any? Oh, that's another thing that's important to point out. I have end of day rules here, which means they're sets. I have a way to set them with VPOC numbers. Currently, it's set for 14:30, 90 minutes from the 1600. So they automatically close out any position at whatever time I set them for. Currently, it's 14:30. Any position that you're in, that I would be in. So I'm obviously not taking a position at 14:25 because the fire would be at the overnight would fire, and there's not going to be any trades entered. So there you have it. This, according to this, that's what the trade did this morning. A scratch and a scratch. Isn't that magnificent? I didn't take either one. Didn't have the proper signals up here as I expected to have, and so I'm not going to get in a jam like yesterday. Yesterday was painful. 5 complete stops. Like, talk about newbieville. Shorting the hole and buying the tops. But I was trading the system as I interpreted it here, as opposed to what I saw over here. And the reason was IRT crashed, and I was bringing it back up and trying to maintain things, which is real stupid. When you're flying along and you lose in a twin and you lose one engine, you don't start, well, I'll just keep going to wherever the hell it is and see what I can do about that over there. You start heading for ground, the nearest port in the storm. And it's now part of my trade plan that I got that into my brain and reinforced it, just as I have if I have a thumbs up or a fat finger, I close them out in less than a second or less than 2 seconds, usually for scratch, usually for no loss, or maybe a tick. And the same should be the case with any kind of an error in your systems or your data. My systems or my data, sorry about that. So Friday came and went, no Epstein files, huh? Ooh, but we had lots of misdirection going on. Well, we're going to declare war on Venezuela, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and look over there. I think that's the motivating part about a lot of what we're getting out of in the news and out of DC from all sides. So there you are. Got a minute to the bottom of the hour here, and I'll run through the market recap, and we'll be done like dinner, baby cakes. Now, ready to tear into them the first thing on Monday. I'm going to tell you right now, if you've got something better to do next week, it would probably be a good idea to do that. It's going to be light volume, the varsity team, probably good possibility you do yourself more harm than good. I think that's just my feeling, and I'm sure everybody will do whatever they want. So let's look at the recap, eh? Here we have the book of maps. What is the context? Up. Taking a short would have been a counter context trade, counter trend trade, and I don't think that's a good idea. I'm aware of the fact that, we're rotational until we're not. And I don't know anybody that can tell that in advance. It's usually something you got to tell after it's happened. Same way with, if we're rotational until it's not. We're directional until it's not. Same thing. So there we have, how much to say, VPOC migration higher and higher up here to the close. They haven't. Will they try to get a new all-time high? That'd be kind of a stretch, and that's 711. They got to get across. It's only 30 handled, I guess. I could do that. No, more than that. 130 handled. So, book map. Session prices, which I share openly, freely with whoever can use them. Let me know. Like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with this, a CSV from Google Sheets. You can put it in your cloud notes or your indicator or whatever platform you use. You can probably configure it in there. Most of them will process the CSV file. You might have to tweak it a little or whatever, but as long as you leave the VPOC numbers and the instrument name alone, it'll work. And of course, in the levels, of course, because that's what's tied to the VPOC numbers. All right. IRT. Well, there's what we did today. Here's what we did yesterday. Not much to say, huh? My micro composite high time frame chart, daily session only. Daily bars, RTH session only. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a VPOC micro composite, VPOC, and high and low and all those things. So you see where we are. Let's see what our naked volume points. There's the naked volume points of control. We didn't tag out the point of control from yesterday. We're going to be up here, so we'll have two below us. Unless they do something in the next, 40 minutes, an hour, I guess. The POC is going to continue to be here at 6907-ish, I'm sure. And this is market profile. What's going on over here? 60% volume at this time of day. What does that tell you? Crickets. Everybody's gone skiing. And 1.5 points average true range in a 1 minute bar. So that's pretty telling. Let's look at the snooze. Now we just went through the backtesting stuff. I don't think I need to retouch that. This is investing.com, my preferred news reporter, because I like the way it only features real, proven financial and revenue market reports and numbers. Okay, and it's easy to screen snap for me. You can look at tomorrow. You can look let's look at next week. That ought to be pretty funny. Well, there's Empire State on Monday. Tuesday we've got a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, non-farm payroll again for October on Tuesday. Next Tuesday, the 16th. Oh, wait a minute. this week. Okay, I was going, wait a second. That sounds awful familiar. Here we go. Well, they're going to try the PCEs again on Monday. Whether they get those out or not, let's see. Tuesday, durable goods, GDP, consumer confidence. Ooh. 9 o'clock, 7:30. And then it's the holiday durable goods and stuff on Wednesday and Christmas. Well, earnings, let's check. Nada pinata next week. Okay. This is again, investing.com. It's free. You can filter it to wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in, time zone, etc. You can pay them for it if you'd like to, but I'm sure they'd be happy about that, but you don't have to. The other news source I use now is Financial Juice. It's got a docket, similar calendar. I don't like it as well. However, they do something that I really appreciate, and that is they drop these non-normal traditional revenue reports, numbers, whatever in here, these kind of things, which we refer to as random risk or, unqualified, unidentified critical risk, because you don't know what's going to happen. Perfectly fine for them to be doing, for Trump to be making announcements or whatever else. I mean, he's the president, no problem. But the problem is, recently we've all come to realize that these events may have a big market impact, and that's why Financial Juice, they didn't ever used to do this with Biden or anybody else, but now they bring these things into the system, which is great, so you can get some sort of a heads up. Again, not political, but if you want to be minding your risk, that's really important. That's the critical thing for a trader to do. And here is on the right side is more of a squawk box, and this is where the market on close and balance orders will appear here at 1450. I can't think of anything else that's worth talking about here today. Kind of a useless. Yesterday was a giant pain in the butt. Everybody knows you're going to have stops. Everybody knows there can be a random distribution or consecutive stops or targets or winners or losers. But that doesn't mean it's not a pain in the ass. We all have our own hide or our monkey boy, our monkey mind, whatever you want to call it. I refer to it as monkey boy, monkey mind. We have all been developing and have come down with developed neural pathways or, wiring that served us well once upon a time on the savannah somewhere, kept us alive and enabled our ancestors to pass down their DNA. Those who weren't so lucky, didn't pass down the DNA. That's called selective adaptation or selective breeding, and that's how we ended up who we are now. But, risk aversion, seeing an elephant over there or some game and not going after it, that's FOMO. Risk aversion. Those things did us well then, but they don't do us well now. They don't help with trading. So you're never going to get, the point of the whole monkey boy thing is you're never going to get rid of those things. If you think you're going to get rid of those impulses and feelings and adrenaline dumps and that kind of stuff, I think you're crazy myself. Or good luck, let's put it that way. I recognize that I will not ever. And so what I do is I stay vigilant and aware of those things. And when I see monkey boys start flying around here, in other words, adrenaline start getting involved, or feeling, FOMO or whatever else, I know to say thanks very much, but no, I'm not going to use your advice to trade here. Thank you. And that works for me. So, try it for yourself. My approach is being an adult about it. Just you don't do a lot of things that now as an adult that you used to do as a kid. And, over trading or FOMOing or those kind of things, the fear of missing out, which is FOMO, or chasing, or the desire to be right, or, I'm sure it's going to go up, so you just keep taking stops. That's silly. It's not being an adult about trading. So there we go. Now we're going to have that market on close imbalance in about 10 minutes. As I said, the stream starts every trading day at 8 in the morning. I will start pushing the live numbers and the session prices at 1700 on Sunday evening, and they go continuous through 1600 on Friday today. Next week will be different because I don't run my systems on holidays or half days. It just screws up my database, and I'm pretty sure I got better things to do. You have to have priorities. And, like yesterday, it was upsetting. That's 5 trades out of thousands. And perfectly within tolerances in terms of negative occurrences, in sequential negative occurrences. So we'll see what happens next. Meanwhile, I've got other fish to fry with these, getting these signals to work right, so that I can share these with some guys that need them. That's about it for now, boys and girls. Oh, I guess one thing that's important for me to say is my usual. The most important critical tool you have in your, where'd it go now? I always lose the damn thing. In your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. No pun intended, but that's the truth. Think about it, all the time, money, thought, planning we put into monitors and refresh rate and DPI and setups and software and indicators and on and on and on. All of that crap is just a paperweight. Your eyes are not taking that data in, and your brain's not processing it all. It's just a freaking huge waste of money. So the thing you should care most about and take the best care of is you. Be well rested. Be hydrated. Be well nourished. Don't be on emotional tilt. Exercise every day. Stay in shape. We are in one of the highest competitive environments and businesses that there is. And you're dealing with you're going up against the best of the best. This is Top Gun times a gazillion. So, we sit all day long, however many hours, 7, 8, 9 hours, focusing on these screens. Our short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. That's terrible. You need to get up. Get outside, get some natural light, relax your eyes, focus down the street. Because the only thing you've got to rely on that's can make you money for the rest of your life doing this is you. Those monitors aren't going to be worth jack shit, if you can't take that data in, interpret it, and act on it. So, there you go. And we've got about 5 minutes for the market on close, so I'm going to go water up, and then we'll take this thing to the gate. Okay, 1 big minute. A hot damn minute. Maybe not. Let's see what we're going to get out of somebody here. Oh. Boy. Who do you suppose? Who would you guess is trying to get weaseled into Fed chair, would you suppose? Everything Trump says about inflation is correct. The Fed has plenty of room to cut. Jesus Christ, man. Do you have no pride? Really? Incredible. And Miran, he's still an employee of the White House. I think it's, I said this earlier, but there's the market on close, by the way, right there. Boom. And there we are. Holy smokes, look at here. 3,483 S&Ps on the sell. 3,400,000,000. You think your stop is important to anybody? Imagine 3,483,000,000 contracts. 686 million to buy. 1,089,000,000 to sell. 1,230,000,000 to buy on the Mag 7. Now, this is triple witching. It's going to happen at 3 o'clock here, and I have no clue how that really relates, but anytime there's 3 billion S&P E-mini contracts changing hands, or hopefully, just imagine how much each tick is worth. And how important do you suppose your two lot stop is to somebody? I don't know. Yeah. So there we go. Top of the hour, shut your mess off, get up, get outside, look down the street, peek over the fence, whatever you got to do. Get your focus down the horizon, get some natural light, get some fresh air. You know, put your pants on, get up out of Graham's basement there and go up in the light. And take care of yourself. It's so important. I can't begin to tell you. So we got 7 minutes left in this famous Friday, and then here we go. Look at this. Equity fund speculators increase S&P 500 CME net short position by 7,057 contracts. Hey, Tweedledee. We sent Mom's application off. Oh boy, 5 minutes, 4.5. They're short of everything. You notice how these are all net short? All of them except the fund managers got long. Oh, here we go. Here's the options expiration. Monday, FX options. Okay, that's not it. I don't know much about the options market, unfortunately. Seems pretty... People that I know who trade it find it very lucrative, and I'm happy for them. Anytime I hear something and somebody says it's got unlimited risk, unlimited downside risk potential, that makes me go, what? Wait a minute. I mean, when you short in anything, any instrument or, yeah, you have an unlimited risk because the thing could go to 1 million. If you're long, you have a limited risk from wherever you are to 0. So I suppose that in a way that's the same thing, that's kind of not unusual, but it just doesn't sound right to me, and I don't know enough about it. I do know, I have heard a lot of horror stories about people getting cleaned out, not understanding options properly. So I'm going to stick on futures. Yes, sirree, Bob. And 2.5, 2 minutes. Ooh, then it's, you know, TGIF all over the place. TGIF all over. You bet, baby girl. TGIF. All over everywhere. I'm a little surprised about that volume. Wow. 60% volume for this time of day. They bumped this ATR up quite a ways. Oh, we're getting close now, girls and boys. Boys and girls, whatever. Mm. 30 seconds to the cash close. Remember Monday morning, 0800? Pre-market, setup, special secret advice, you know, that makes millions that I only tell everybody at 8 in the morning. Maybe not. Let's see if we get it. Oh, sorry. Let's see if we get a closing swing trade out of them. got a lot of buy volume going on there. I'm assuming that that's got to do with the 3 billion contracts in the S&P. And man, look at them hold that. Look at them hold that strikes, huh? There's some stuff going off there now. There you have it. The cash closed. Kaboom. Kaboom, kaboom. I'm out of the room. From the sounds of it, I better get some sleep. So have a great day. Get away from the screens. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe. That would be really cool. Yeah, have yourself a great weekend. Do something fun. Do something healthy. I know it doesn't sound like fun, but you know. Do something fun, then do something healthy. How's that sound? All right. You too, Ron. Have a great weekend. You too. Got me thinking about Puerto Rico now, man. I'll be back with bells on. The session levels, session prices will start pushing at 1700 on Sunday evening, and then we're pre-market at 8 in the morning on Monday, and another fun-filled extravaganza of futures trading. So have yourself a great weekend.